No, absolutely.
Do you believe it was important at some point for you to introduce your husband to Anton?
Yeah, because
I'm sure his wife thought it was important to meet you.
I can't speak on what his wife thought.
Correct.
But the one time that I would have is when we had an event here, but he had to work. So, I mean.
But have you made it a concerted effort to make it happen? We do what we want to do, when we want to do it, for whom we want to do it for. And if something is really important to you and your family, either on your end as a wife, you absolutely make a concerted effort for this man, or
go ahead,
or Anton as a man says, I want to meet your husband just because you're married, and I don't want any messaging or anything else to be misconstrued by him or the public. So it's fair.
Hey, bright and early on a Saturday morning. How you doing? This is Individual Perspective Podcast, and I'm your host, Daris D, McKinney. How you guys doing? Yeah, we're going to start off like that. We're going to start off like, cup of Joe. Yeah, we're gonna try to knock this thing out, but I gotta get. I don't know if I'm gonna get the Tasha K in there. I don't know if I'm gonna get the Tasha K with Micca, Tasha K with Anton Daniels, but you know, like Anton Daniels, he likes all the exposure that he's hitting in the algorithm, that everybody's kind of talking about him and everything like that, and all the stuff like that. And I gotta, see, when I'm about to say something and then I hesitate on saying something, or what I have in my head, it makes me stutter or enunciate my words wrong or get flustered in what I'm actually communicating. It's not like I don't have it in my head. It's that I'm almost politically correcting myself because I don't want to mess up possible collaborators as I grow, and how you are perceived by an audience, and when people kind of tune in to the audience, are they coming in as a liberal? Are they coming in as a conservative? Are they coming in as a Republican? Are they coming in as a Democrat? Is it coming in as a feminist? Are they coming in as a manosphere type of masculine crowd? Are you coming in as a economic elitist? Are you coming in as an everyday, every person, average person mindset? Are you coming in as an artist? Are you coming in as a white collar or blue collar? And you kind of trying to navigate that in every single second, every single moment that you're communicating on a podcast. That's what people that could really do that, analyze it in that fast momentum as you're speaking and stuff. That's what we kind of do, and it's a disservice to the truth when you're analyzing like that. that's an error that I have in how I kind of navigate to get things done in my life, and productivity, and how you got to interact with some people in order to freelance yourself out or provide services and stuff like that. So in your head, you're kind of always, when a person speaks, you kind of adjust to what's needed at that moment, or that engagement, or that client, or something like that. And for me, I innately kind of go into that because I'm always at, how do we get it done? How do we get to a place where execution is done? And as a podcaster, I can't really give a shit about that. Excuse my language so early in the morning. I can't worry about how people view what I'm saying. I need to be more truthful than politically correct, than digestible. You know what I mean? I need to be truthful and honest, and an objective analysis to what I'm saying, because that's the whole premise of an individual perspective, is to make sure that your individual perspective is not lying to yourself. Your perspective is the truth. You know what the truth is, so you communicate the truth in your own individual way. Whew. Excuse me. So, as I kind of come into this, and I started off the show pretty wild. I used my my kind of the Russian German theme and stuff, because that's how it is when you got to put disclaimers up and stuff like that to your podcast to have the viewers. And it's not for the viewers, it's more that other podcasters, other social media influencers, other media entities, other actual personalities and people that's in the public eye, they would try to muzzle you and mute you and take your freedom of speech away and your actual way of communicating about them, or showcasing something that they said, and look at how out of context they are, or how full of shit they are. Really, second time. I apologize for my profanity. But the truth of the matter is, you got to put a disclaimer up to say, hey, all the comments that I'm saying on my show, all the communication that I'm saying on my podcast is all alleged, and nothing is factual evidence. It's just my perspective, my personal opinion on things like that. And you put that disclaimer out, and then you go run amok. You know what I'm saying? So but even me have to do that is some kind of, just communist dictatorship persona. We are not Americans anymore. We are completely Mexico. We're completely Venezuela. We completely Nicaragua. We're Cuba. We're Britain. We're China. We are not Americans. Free speaking, wild individuals, individuality, freedom country. We are ran by the interpretation of what the Supreme Court will perceive that our freedoms are. It's crazy. This country ain't worth shit. I said it was dead 10, 12, 15 years ago. The best you're going to be able to do is just get what you can get out of life, enjoy what you can enjoy out of your life before you perish. That's the best you're going to get out of this country. That's the best. Do not look for the country to be a better place. It's going to disappoint you, and you're going to consume decades into hoping and motivating to get it like that, and you're going to lose the ground on making money. Making your family happy, making your friends happy, making your surrounding happy, making your life a little bit more enjoyable and prosperous. Because we start to care about societal, community, the culture, all that stuff, and it's all downhill. As a Black American, it's no way that I could consume my time thinking about what's best for Black people when black people vote 90% for their enemy. 90% for their enemy when they go to the ballot box. And even if you hear a lot of people say, well, I don't vote because I think it's all hope, I think it's all waste of time and all the other stuff. But your ideology and your actual political views and your social views are so liberal. It's your enemy. I'm not telling you to go to no Republican or conservative or no Christianity, all that stuff. Now, I'm not saying Jesus, I'm not saying God is bad. I'm talking about the how can I say, the organization of religion, the organization of Christianity, the organization of Republicans, the organization of conservatism, the organization of liberalism, the organization of feminists, the organization of socialists, the organization of morality, perspective. That shit is violating to an individual person's right. And I don't want to get too sidetracked off this because I could rant for hours, trust me. But when I look at the number one reason why the internet and YouTube and the algorithm have all these people making these videos about Anton Daniels, Corey Holcomb, Micca, and stuff like that, because we didn't know how much Corey and Anton Daniels was a bird's eye view on everything. Everything. It tells you what's wrong with Candace Owens. It tells you what's wrong with PBD. It tells you what's wrong with Andrew Tate. It tells you what's wrong with Tucker Carlson. It tells you what's wrong with Charlie Kirk and TPUSA. It tells you what's wrong with Fox News. It tells you what's wrong with MS Now. It tells you what's wrong with CNN. It tells you what's wrong with CBS, ABC. I can't remember what the other one is. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. You know what I mean? It tells you what's wrong with New York Times, the Washington Post. It really gives a bird eye view on how you are consuming information and what's the structure, what's the elitist, socialist, political, scientist, manipulation, polling and structure stuff. What's the con of America and communication in America? And you see, like, wow, man, y'all disrespectful to your viewers. Anton Daniel is highly disrespectful to his viewers. Now, maybe the bag chaser gets something more elitist out of the situation or more grandeur out of the situation. You know what I mean? And I guess that's what it is. But boy, it's a in crowd type of thing. Everybody is out, like everybody is sectioning off. You got the Hollywood, and the Hollywood elites decide who gets into Hollywood, who gets prosperity into Hollywood, who gets roles, who gets exposure in Hollywood. That's an in crowd thing. Now you got that in every city, every state, every group of arrogant people. And then additional, you have the black community. And I don't mean to say that, please, all my white watchers, all my Asian watchers, all my Middle Eastern watchers, all my Hispanic watchers, everybody, I don't mean to separate black people from the totality of everything. I just want you guys to understand, black Americans are the only race in America that have stagnated since the 60s. Stagnated. Everything in the word stagnated. You get what I'm saying? There's no growth. There's no growth. Not no growth that actually can be respected as growth. You know what I'm saying? It's stagnated. Birth rate stagnated. Economic growth stagnated. We're talking about 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000, 2010, going into 2020s. stagnated. It is a triage. It's a actual catastrophic medical surgical situation that needs to be had, and that doesn't guarantee the body lives. That doesn't guarantee the body lives. So I have to put myself in a situation where I always say, what do I need to communicate to the weakest situation that could be utilized even in the worst case scenario, makes it more probable for the majority to actually execute on that matter or the thought process. For me, I knew like 10 years ago, pretty much, I knew I was going to have to kind of disrupt the flow of my life. My economics, always having money, always kind of doing like enjoying life a little bit, or even consistently paying my bills and living my lifestyle and being responsible and being a productive person and a provider and all that. I knew 10 years ago I was going to have to disrupt that. Why? Because where I come from, I'm not going to be able to go and get into, I'm not going to be able to get into circles where I'm going to be given great opportunity. You get what I'm saying? I almost have to build and make the opportunity myself and be in a position that it doesn't matter. Whatever my goal is, I have to create it. I have to create the ground of it. You get what I'm saying? Not the wood, not the cement foundation of the house. I have to create the earth of it, the earth of the property, the earth of the actual goal and accomplishment. I'm going to have to create it and then dig and put cement where it's structure at, and then the wood, stilts and stuff like that. I'm going to have to build it like that. You get what I'm saying? And I knew 10 years ago I was going to have to do that. And by doing that, I was going to disrupt everything in my life. My life was not going to be easy. It was not going to be pretty. It was going to be some broke ass shit going on. Excuse my language. It was going to be some destitute situations going on. It was going to be some things that was just not appealing. It's going to make my character look weak. It was going to make my financial situation weak. It was going to look at me as a man look weak. I would have to be passive. I would have to be very communicative and tolerate weak-minded people around me to have a elevation of value and purpose, because you got to get people to do things. Get what I'm saying? You got to get people to do things, and sometimes you can't be like, most of us, we're not going to be able to be like Steve Jobs, where we just like a iron fist. Hey, A-level people be with A-level people, C-level people, you need to be with C-level people. Don't mess around and try to entwine or interact with those two. An A-level person should never be around a C-level person, because the C-level person would drag the A-level person down. That's Steve Jobs' thought process. And we all majority can't move like that. We can't operate like that. We can't even try to accomplish goals with other people like that. Sometimes we're going to have to like kind of make people weakness in the risk, or the, let's say, the compromising of them. We're going to have to kind of make sure that we watch it, that it doesn't affect the goal or what we're trying to do, but at the same time, utilize the person the way, or the situation the way it needs to be utilized, because that's your only option. That's your only option. So, for example, in Michigan, when I seeked out to make a movie, I will always, like, one movie I had at $84,000. I turned the budget into the potential investor and all that stuff like that, and the producer and people like that call themselves trying to help me, and it was $84,000. By the time it came for production, we were only able to get $15,000. I promise you, the $84,000 was literally baseline, meaning that we had to have the $84,000. So when you give me 15,000, that means I have to do whatever it takes to structure, to figure it out, to minimize or time consumption. I have to figure out financially, how do I make up for the other 60, what is that? $66. You get what I'm saying? Let me make sure my numbers is right. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. $69. I'm sorry. So $69. I gotta figure out how 69,000. I'm sorry. I gotta figure out how to make up for that $69,000. That is not. I don't see it coming. The people around me, all the people that we interacting with, it's not around me. And then I'll say realistically, that's true. About 90% of the 15,000 is for people to eat. That's how it was. That's how it went. That didn't work out so pretty. Why? Because how can you make up for $69,000? And trust me, I did good too. So what happened was I had to do it all over again. All over again. Understanding baseline is that I got to do it with 15,000 again, try to get another 15,000 or nothing at all. Figure out how to do it with nothing at all or 15,000, because at least you know that's your threshold of possibly money you could get out of doing a movie independently in Michigan and Detroit. So I went at it. I did whatever I had to do. It took me about 2 years to go back out and film that movie. You get what I'm saying? So I knew when I do this, I want to do it so good that I really got something that I can, like, it's really a good movie. You get what I'm saying? So I did whatever I had did. I recasted everyone. Every single person recasted. You get what I'm saying? Reshot everything. Did everything. But at the same time going into it, I kind of knew who on the production team, who on the staff, what was the scenarios of some of the things that happened while I was out there filming. What kind of, like, it couldn't withstand whatever it took in time consumption to shoot it. And so I was starting to, like, have a weaker foundation in the production crew in back end. So I needed to figure out, if it all else fails, how do you carry this out, execute it? And once I kind of figured it a year prior, before I started shooting it, I really seen it. I understood it. And it was like an epiphany for me. I knew forever I was going to go forward like this. And I was able to execute it. The reason why I mention that is because we are our own worst enemy and we are our own saviors. And when you watch people like Anton Daniels and them, I always said this, you got to eat the meat and spit out the bones. He has value about how you make money, how you monetize on the internet and different real estate and all that other stuff. Maybe he got good value on that, but still, even to be able to do any of that stuff, you got to do it. So that means you got to be in a place where you got some kind of money saved up. In order to get some kind of money saved up, you got to go out there and get it. Any means necessary. Then you can apply what kind of grandeur stuff that Anton Daniels talked to you about. So he got his meat and spit out the bones. But man, after all this, Anton Daniels, you have no right to talk about, like, you have no right to talk about how people should be morality-wise, how people should be in relationships, how people should be in like he was saying, like, guys should not dirty Mac. Like, that means you kind of hating on a guy to try to hurt his chances with a woman. How we gonna hurt your chances if we talk about you and Micca in the crazy shroud of internet trolling you do to your audience to make it seem like you messing around with Micca? Like you got a little back end thing with Micca, that you got kind of private and lusty with each other and stuff. But you give off that perception of to the audience, but the audience don't know that she's married, so they don't really know. Like, you can't even give off that perception. If she's married, ain't no way in the hell you could give off that perception. It's disrespectful to the man that there's clips out there where you're talking lusty about his wife. Oh man, she was hot, man. She was looking like a meal. You fucking crazy? There's clips out there of you saying that about a man's wife that you're actually around, but you cut it off when the cameras ain't off. Like you're like a astute guy. How you doing? How you doing, Micca? Yes. Yeah. Okay. I'm okay. How you doing today? I just want to make sure I say hi to you, and I'm going to go sit over there, and you stay over there, and we don't need to kind of be in close proximity. I do not want to disrespect the persona or the life you really have, and I don't want people in real life, if they ever was to find out how I act in real life, I want to be the most astute person and very respectful. But when you're on air, you're the most belligerent, disrespectful, like wild guy to her husband. That's why it's crazy that you never met her husband. Because when a man, when you shake my hand, even if you want to fuck my wife, when you shake my hand, you know, if you look at my wife the wrong way, it's highly disrespectful. It's highly disrespectful. You get what I'm saying? Now, obviously, if you're dumb enough to go let your wife or your woman run around the whole goddamn country with a highfalutin egomaniac guy, you get what I'm saying? And she loves the exposure and the Hollywoodness of being in the industry or whatever, podcasting, social media influencers, Hollywood, and all the other stuff. If that's what's the most primal value to her, to your wife, and she does whatever it takes to be in the fucking it factor or in the actual excuse my language, but I gotta emphasize because it's just wild scenarios. If all that matters is for her to be in the light, then you get the what they say, you get the bull with the horns, or you get the horns with the bull. You get what I'm saying? And you get the outcome. So now dirty macking, criticizing men for dirty macking. How am a dirty mac a married woman? A married man? You get what I'm saying? Because I'm analyzing y'all situation that you guys put out there. You put out there. And I love how you say content. I'll do anything for content. I'll take it to the 10th degree. I'll do wild stuff for content, but it's only content. I'm not like that in my personal life. Man, we don't care what you are in your personal life. It's irrelevant. Why? Because we can't prove it. We can't guarantee who you are in your personal life. One thing I always tell people, one thing I could say that's, you could guarantee about Anton Daniels and his personal life is he's a shrewd, brutal dictator. And that's how we all should be in our personal life. Because you're going to get things to run smooth. You're going to get great outcome. All that stuff. So it's all about making sure that you're in line with the path that you're trying to take, and you're relentless about it. So that doesn't get turned off. You can see it. He's trying to pacifize it, and he try to try to con his viewers and stuff, but you really can see it how he moves. And you got to catch on to that, because guess what? That's how Steve Jobs was. That's how Oprah was. That's how Jay-Z was. That's how President Obama is. That's how Brad Pitt and them are. All these great, highly accomplished people, Kanye West, all these companies, all these people, the Mark Zuckerbergs, the Elon Musk, they are egomaniac and they are steadfast in what they want to get accomplished. They are relentless about it. That's what we all miss. That's what we don't got. That's what we don't have. I say each other, but I know it's each other. I know I say we got, and I know we have, but we need. You know, I know the grammar, but sometimes I'm in it. So forgive me if you hear it in previous podcasts and podcasts now. But I say that because in the scheme of all this stuff, you look at this and you say, okay, hey, yes, you got this woman, Micca, out there in the whole internet calling her your side piece, calling her Anton Daniel's side piece. But she loved it until it wasn't fun anymore. She didn't care about the chat or the super chats calling her anti-side piece. She liked it. She liked to flirt with it. She took off her ring. She wouldn't wear her ring to certain shows and stuff like that. And she was okay with it. She was okay with it until a person of stature like Corey Holcomb or another celebrity would say, "Get your bitch. You leave here right now, and your security and your bitch." And explain what I told you. When you bring a bitch in here, explain the bitch. You get what I'm saying? Trying to get the bitch on my show. And this is all over the internet, all over TikTok, all over Twitter, all over YouTube. And then people are doing shows about it. And they doing I say one thing I love about the Anton Daniels, Corey Holcomb, and the actual Micca situation is that the average podcaster that blow VAs and they talk stuff and they got these opinions and stuff like that, they actually went to go get the data and structurally communicated what actually, I'm saying that they said this, but let me play the tape. I'm saying that they did this, but let me play the tape. They're doing that to be factual and communicating and structurally to what their opinions are. And that's how they should be on everything. That's how you shouldn't open your mouth if it can't hold up 20 years from now. That's what I believe. I don't believe people should have an opinion. They should not be communicating anything unless what your opinion is right now can hold up 20 years from now. And I'm watching everybody fell at that. Everybody fell at that. I always say that Anton Daniels, I said this a while ago, Anton Daniels is a good person for black people to not look up to, but at the same time incorporate his tactics into your life. You get what I'm saying? And I still believe that wholeheartedly. I do. Like I said, eat the meat, spit out the bone. But it's time to communicate what's the bones. That's what's going on here with all these episodes I've been doing over the last month or so of Anton Daniels and his little spats with everybody. It's because he is a viral person, an infamous person right now. But at the same time, he's really a poster child for the degeneracy and the deception of our society and our culture. You get what I'm saying? He's a high. I can't repeat that too much. He's a highly gluttony person. He is a top tier gluttony motherfucker. You get what I'm saying? Gluttony. And this the only reason why I say gluttony is because That's a term that Anton Daniels understands. Christian philosophy and everything like that. Gluttony. Okay. It's now gluttony is excess in eating or drinking. You get what I'm saying? Excess in eating, extravagant indulgence of the appetite for food and voracity. Okay? But what I mean by that, not food, he has gluttony for money. Gluttony for money. You get what I'm saying? I think it's awesome. I think it's great. I think he will be a fool to be on this earth in this sick society that we live in and not at least be like that. You get what I'm saying? My problem is he judges people as if he's not like that. You get what I'm saying? You're always talking about guys having D discipline. You know what I mean? And it's like, okay, you do some weird thing where you like your wife is very how can I say, she's very supportive of your horniness in any minute, any time that you if you have it or if you have the time to do it, but you're sassy enough to like not really have like horniness, but because you are able to transition your horniness into getting the bag. You get what I'm saying? And look, I don't ever want Anton Daniels. Look, Anton, the crazy part about talking is when you talk enough, your characteristics, your innate character speaks. No matter what you try to plot it like, oh, I only do this on camera, I only do this off, and I'm like this off camera. You're pretty much what people majority time see you do too many hours on the internet for people not for your character not to break through and slide into certain comments and slide into different situations. You kind of know who Anton Daniels is when you see him. And Anton, come on, man. You are one of the most proponent people of men being sassy. The characteristics of men being sassy. You know you got sassiness in how you communicate. Do you get what I'm saying? You know you do. It's like, I don't understand how you can make it look like you know what sassy men are, but you don't think you got no sassiness to you at all. Come on, man. You got a lot of sassiness to you. A lot. You get what I'm saying? You got a lot of sassiness to you. And it's all right because we're in this world, man. I'm telling you, we all fall victim to how much grooming and posturing and being a person of high presentation that we present ourselves to women, to business, to all this stuff, and we kind of it's just the way it is. You know what I mean? And we kind of incorporated, what do women like? What do women think is attractive? What do women, and it's like, dude, like, don't go too far in that because you'll start to become a metrosexual. You get what I'm saying? You start to be too prissy where you're going to get your manicures and stuff like that and your eyes arched and stuff like that. I'm not saying Anton doing that stuff, but that's the rabbit hole of like going to the abyss of what is attractive to women and stuff like that. You could go down the rabbit hole of not really understanding that you got to keep your manhood. You got to keep your masculinity. Yeah, know how to wash your ass, know how to brush your teeth, know how to actually be able to contain your hygiene and stuff like that. Of course, but under no circumstances do you go so much into the rabbit hole of what do women like. You get what I'm saying? So I wouldn't advise men to get so caught up in a lot of the like it's common sense. You gotta shave, you gotta properly dress, you gotta you know, when you're going to a high function, make sure that everything is clean. Why? Because it's the first impression that you're having to the people you're going to be engaging with. If you're going into a meeting, have a certain way that's a representative that people know that you take care of yourself, that if they invest in you or if they partner with you, that they're not investing in partnering with a person that is destitute and disheveled, and nothing has really worked out for them, and now you're gonna put your faith and your business behind this person and nothing is working. So like, what are you doing? You know what I mean? So of course that comes with knowing how to carry yourself and how to walk into the room, how to interact with the people properly. You get what I'm saying? But under no circumstances do you get into, oh, women like when men smell like this. Women like when men look like this. Women like when men do this to their nails. Women like, you go into that shit. you down a metrosexual rabbit hole, and that's what gives the sassiness, and then the sassiness leads into other debauchery stuff. You get what I'm saying? So Anton is not, I'm not saying he's like a metrosexual. I'm not saying he's in gay stuff. He hates that stuff. He's a highly Christian, but I'm just saying, we know for sure now that you got a lot of sassiness in you. It's okay. I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, if you're judging people for having sassiness in them, and you're like got a lot of sassiness in you, you got to take that out of your vocabulary. You got to take that out of your analyzation. You got to take that out of your criticism, because you fall so much. Like, I don't even understand why the panels that you be on and they hear you always talk about sassy guys, and none of the guys like say, I mean, come on, Anton, you got a sassy, don't you think? It did. I know that's going to brew up another situation. Don't mean no offense about it, but you're sassy. You get what I'm saying? Okay. Sassy is it kind of means gay in a little bit, but I think it also, because women use it against guys that are sensitive, or they're kind of a little bit more like emotional and vulnerable to the dominance and the masculinity of women. So they call them sassy when they don't be like a masculine, dogmatic man. So women came up with sassy, and Anton used it like, and do all this stuff. He uses a lot of female terminology and tactics. He does. And I don't hear nobody say, well, Anton, you kind of, you going on this thing, and you expose a lot of sassiness stuff about you. Sassy. Rude. Let's say rude and disrespectful, and pundit, lively and spirited, jaunty, stylish. Sensitive. It's like a female, like, it's very much like a woman. You know what I'm saying? You know what the pop culture terminology of sassiness is? All that. And if you look at the characteristics of rude and disrespectful and pundit, lively, spirited, jaunty, stylish, chick. You get what I'm saying? Stylish, chick. Stylish and chic. Chick. You get what I'm saying? If you look at all that characteristics, elegantly stylish fashion is chick. That's where it comes from, okay? If you look at that, that's like a metrosexual man. You get what I'm saying? And his way of interacting with people has got a little flair of femininity in it. But I'm telling y'all, it's just the way our culture is for the last 40, 50 years. So Generation X and millennials, we kind of birth into this stuff, and it's integrated in how our teachers talk to us, how our parents talk to us, how the society was, what was the most, it's just the way it was. So it's a lot of that stuff we got to break in order to be like a Stone Clint Eastwood type of man, or like a you know, astute guy that's, you know, more reserved and stuff like that. The likelihood of us millennials and Generation X being like that is slim. So slim, you know. Especially after the last 5 years since the pandemic and everybody decided I'm going to say my opinions about this stuff. How I feel about relationships, how I feel about men and women, how I feel about culture, how I feel about society, how I feel about economics, how I feel about the world, how I feel about politics, how I feel about like ethnic groups and stuff. Everybody just decided I'm going to come out and not be pussyfooting around. I'm going to say it. And now a lot of the stuff that's been going on in the 50 to 70 years of our life in America, it's not that this stuff is new. It's not that the way the women are and how they judge and what their preferences are and all the other stuff. That's not new. That's just wasn't communicated. It was communicated by women. Women were always going Oprah. They were always going Sally Jefferson Raphael. They were always going Phil Donahue, all the different shows and stuff. And they used to talk about this stuff and it used to be communicated. But men are now joining in to say what their perspective is. And they actually kind of having a conversation about every thought that a man have. Everything that a man, why is a man doing that? Why are we doing this? Why are we saying it? Why we communicate? Why we agree with this? Why we agree with that? That's been communicated in the last 5 years since the pandemic. Okay? The reason why I bring all this to you guys is because as we walk down this rabbit hole with Micca, Anton Daniels, Corey Holcomb, and you just see like, boy, the interviews. Oh, Micca and Anton should not have went on no tour, doing no interviews on this stuff. You should. It exposed y'all. And if anybody has any kind of integrity or just common sense or just logic or just pure objective analysis, you guys don't look good. You guys don't look good. You know what I mean? And like I said, I still think Anton has value in his Patreon membership and what his shows and stuff. I look, like I stopped listening to Howard Stern because Howard Stern went against freedom of speech. He spent 20 years going against freedom of speech. Like literally. He made his growth, he made his success, he made his name off of being relentless about the usage and really like advocating the freedom of speech. And then when he got into high society and everybody was trying to like alienate away from him and not want to interact with him because of his persona and who he was and stuff, he like, hey man, I got to clean up my image. I got to clean up my personality. I got to clean up, like, I can't have my kids like going into the later part of their life and their father is like not a person that can even, the parents and celebrities and high society don't even want to interact with me. And I'm living around these people and my economics around these people and stuff. And my wife, she's kind of into that stuff and being around these people and being cordial and having a community of celebrities and people that's in our area and our likeness that we interact with. And I can't do that if everybody look at me as who I am, Howard Stern. So he just decided to revamp himself and become this a high elitist and really don't give a shit about freedom of speech. I got what I want from it, but now I just think, I don't want nobody saying that about my daughters. But the stuff you did to other people's daughters, like, dude, this is crazy. So I spent about 10,000-20,000 supporting Howard Stern since the 90s, 2000, all that stuff. I was big fan. You get what I'm saying? And it's like when he did that, I said, oh no, man. Like if you can't stand on your life's work, what are you? Who are you? And what am I supporting here? What am I agreeing with here? So I had to analyze it and I said, nah, I'm good. Never again. I'm like, it happened in one day. Never again. You know what I mean? That's how I am with a lot of people since even like 2015 to now. I'm like, nah, man, y'all don't stand on nothing. All the stuff that y'all done your whole life, y'all went totally against it for some political reason or some judging another person where you kind of just took completely threw who you are away because you wanted to be perceived under this persona or this ideology phrase. I said, nah, I'm good. I'm not talking to these people. I'm not interacting with these people. I'm not supporting these people. And that's how it is with people like Anton. Kind of get there, you say like, yeah, the world is moving towards social media and all this stuff like that, and knowing how to market yourself online, market companies, doing all kind of stuff like that. Eat the meat, spit out the bones. He got great value, but to meet up with him, nah, I'm good. I don't want to be in the room with you. Because it's stupid. It's like, why am I in the room with you and all I have a value for is the business? You know what I mean? I don't even want to talk to you about the business. I'd rather you do a presentation on it and then I ingest it there and do what I will need to do to eat the meat, spit out the bones. I don't need to talk to you. I don't need to be interactive with you. And I literally wanted to do business with, as a filmmaker, I wanted to do business with Anton Daniels. I even contacted him. He refused me. It was like, it was during a time where it was really bad. I was economic. I spent so much and I did so much. I did 6 films and I went in aggressive. Everybody kind of, they came to the table what they were supposed to bring and then they didn't bring it. So I had to substitute it. So at the same time, you do whatever it takes to get to the finish line. And sometimes that takes you into like, you got to sacrifice. So for me, I came out and I said, you know what, I think this guy's very productive. He lives in the same state and city that I'm in, so let me interact with him and stuff. And he didn't take me up on my offer, but at the same time, it enlightened me that I gotta be my answer. I really gotta be the answer. If I ever want to do something the way that I envisioned it, you can't really talk to people about it because they start to do a process of risk analysis of how much risk is this for me, and they start to be risk averse. And when you're doing big stuff, you cannot be risk averse. You got to do it. You got to have standards. You got to have markers that let you know things are going in the direction that you want it to go in. But you can't be risk averse. You can't be pussyfooting around. None of that stuff. And I said, yeah, I'm gonna have to build it. I'm gonna have to build myself back up, and then I'm gonna have to actually go forward and by myself if that's what it takes. That's what I did. So you got to just eat the meat, spit out the bones. And we're going to go back to this conversation with Micca and everything like that. And I hope that I don't have to too much jump into like proof of what's going on here. But I can officially tell you that my opinion, it's a lot of deceptiveness. It's a lot of lying. It's a lot of propaganda. It's a lot of audience manipulation. It's a lot of stuff that's going on when you look at Anton Daniels and his content and his platforms, and some of the people they so integrated into wanting to be in a celebrity situation that they're willing to kind of discredit themselves and put themselves in a situation where, hey, you're exposed now. You know what I mean? So it's all fun and games until somebody pay attention to what you just said. You get what I'm saying? It's all fun and games until somebody pay attention to what you just said. And that's what's going on. Everybody actually paying attention to stuff that Anton Daniels say on a normal basis, stuff that Micca says on a normal basis. Stuff that Corey Holcomb says on a normal basis, so stuff that society says on a normal basis. And they start to say, okay, hold on a second. What'd you just say? Okay, how should I? Okay, let me comprehend that. Okay, let me look at the data on that. Let me find, okay, is that word, that phrase, that sentence, is that true? Okay, do we got anything to back that up? Okay, is that objective or subjective narrative? Okay, and people are looking at everything like that. at least in this situation, I've come across so many podcasters and social media influencers that I never knew. And I kind of looked at them, and there's a lot of great podcasts of female women out there, which I don't like female podcasts. Don't like listening to them. I don't like it's always like it's just because women can't stay they can't stay consistent. Whatever your narrative is, whatever you believe in, it just can't stay consistent. So when you adjust a certain woman's content, you got to have some major value in there. They got to stick out like a sore thumb in excellence and great stuff. Like Tasha K. She's a wild, crazy, wild woman. But how aggressive and how combative and how much she goes into the fire. You kind of, even if she's not consistent, you kind of say, wow, that's a brave woman. That's a strong woman. You know what I mean? You know, you don't want to like be entertained and actually like look at and observe women be aggressively masculine and stuff like that. But she fights so fiercely. You know what I'm saying? It's like a very entertaining, very aggressive situation. And man, it's like when Tasha K is objective, it's the most brutal car crash that anybody could be in. She is relentless. And in that situation, that was one of the people. There's a bunch of women, but she's the one. And I'm like, wow, man, she's very controversial. She do some salacious stuff and some major judgments. Like with the judgments that she have on people is crazy and is wrong as hell. You know what I mean? And it's her own biasy, and she's very subjective. She's very biased and stuff like that. But boy, when her objectivity moments are better than people's whole articulation on a day-to-day basis. Objective moments she have. And so when I watch that stuff, I'm like, wow, man. Another young lady, her name is Nayla Says. Dee Dee. It's a couple of them, man. It's just like the good stuff, man. They got great character. They got great. I'm talking about like a character. I'm a filmmaker, so I like people that got a certain like it factor to how they articulate themselves, how they physically move, and how they do, and they are what their character is. You got it's a lady. Her name is was it Keisha, something like that. Keisha, something like that. And man, she's so on Anton Daniels' head. You know what I'm saying? But her consistency is so off the hook. You gotta give like credit to her. And I'm just telling you guys, this thing has woken people up to that you gotta know what you're talking about. You gotta analyze what you're talking about. It's another guy showing that, and sometimes I don't like his setup and the visualization of it, but what he's doing is interesting as hell. What is his name? House of Hypocrisy. Very interesting. And the no captivity. Like these guys, all these podcasters, I never knew who these people was. I didn't care about them. They were relevant to me. I even got to take some time to go back to the LaPeef show, because that's where Anton Daniels come from. And there's so much nuggets inside that thing of objectivity to how to analyze Anton Daniels. You know, you can mess around with Anton Daniels on his platform, Room 9 and the Millionaire Morning Show and the Anton Daniels platform, and you're not in context because he's so disrespectful to his audience that you're in his perception of himself, and it's not like the true data. You know what I'm saying? He's dirty macked before, but you wouldn't know it because that's his rules. He won't dirty mac on his new stuff, on his minor stuff, or when he collected himself and he actually became the Anton Daniels he is now. The other stuff I was doing, I don't really want you guys to kind of see some of that was dirty macking. You get what I'm saying? So stuff like that, it's not in context. It's not objective unless you kind of look at the full canvas. You got to look at the full table, the full makeup of everything, and then make a judgment, and then go steadfast where you put your character and your actual principles and your word on something. You know what I mean? And I always have been objective. I never let something get to a place where I'm not equating that it might be you're a scumbag, or you're this, or you're that, or you're guilty, or you're whatever. I leave the option of that. I'm a analyze it till I see it. If I don't, then I'm a always present the person as that there. You know, but I've what I learned and what I passed on to everybody is that I'm sorry to say to everybody, the best you could do for your family, even if women, you don't want to be the dogmatic, aggressive pit bull to provide for your family and stuff like that. That's what you guys asked for. But if you don't want to do it, you're gonna have to always see that when God made women, he didn't make him how Anton Daniels say he made them. Okay? Well, I know enough. Anton's more versed in this stuff than I do, but I would love for him to challenge me on this. When God made women, he made women to be a service to men, to be a helpmeet to men. That was the number one. Your purpose is the man you're with or a man. It don't got to be the man you want to do. That's not your place. If you do that, sooner or later, if all women kind of went for the man that they wanted, the type of man that they want, that would have most likely been that they wouldn't be with a man. They would be jumping around and they would be polluted. They mind, they heart, they purpose, all that would be polluted, and it would have no value and have no purpose, because what you think you should be and who you should be with and how you should be with and what's the standard of being with, it will be so sporadic that you're never going to actually put your hand on it and make a decision. You'll always be kind of like, oh, no, oh, he said this, no, he did this, no, he don't make this, no, he's this broke, no, he's just like this, no, and while you're processing all that, 10 years pass, 20 years pass, you're 40. You know what I'm saying? So trust me when I say, the worst thing you could do is put yourself in a situation where you're not able to be logic and uniform to what a value of a woman's purpose is. But I'm not, look, I promise you guys, I'm just saying this to let you know that I understand the bigger field, the battlefield, the war, but you can't turn this stuff around. Baby boomers got to die off. Generation X got to die off. Millennials got to die off. And then Generation Z, they have to be looking at what the result of the baby boomers, the result of Generation X, and the result of the millennials in order to say, we can't do that. We can't keep that going. In order for them to be a better foundation for two human beings to come together and work for each other and battle the exterior of their home and of their union, of their partnership, battle the exteriorness of it. But women have to be in a supporting nature of a man. Even if it seems like you subverting yourself, even if you seem like you're giving up your life for the man, overall, if you do it the right way, if you do it relentlessly, if you do it without any any, how can I say, dilution of it or faking of it or something like that, if you do it the right way, it will actually give you all the outcome that you want. It will just naturally do it. You want money, You want a stable house, if you want a stable dude, you got to pull your force behind the man relentlessly. Why? Because no matter how women think about men, loser mans or successful man or whatever type of man, or men that haven't even accomplished much and all the other stuff, no matter what, women, if you put your force behind a man, his time of productivity is 16 hours a day. That's how he innately is. 14. The average guy, you always see him push and do something for 12, 14, 16 hours a day. At the least, he's productive in that way. Whatever he's doing, if you pay attention to it, if you take an analysis, an objective analysis of it, whatever he's actually doing is productive, at least in that time frame. Women, they would destroy themselves doing 8 hours. They will really start eating into their psyche, into the physicality of them, into how they give birth, how they could give birth. Their whole genetics start to really be disruptive the more they apply themselves in work. I don't care if you're a lawyer and all you do is talk shit. You get what I'm saying? Work in the consistency of work, in the structure of work, does something to the internal organs of women. It does something to the emotional mentality of women. It does. This is not me. This is science. So in that thing, you got to give that off to your man. At a certain time, you got to take yourself out of the war and let the battlefield be won by men. Let the war be won by men, because they can take the hits. They can take the time. They don't need to sleep as much. They don't need to physically. They can push. But most people waste this 20 years, 30 years of all the great pushing they could do to get to the better place, that some people fall short of it. This is what's wrong with our society. You can't correct it. I'm not saying this is a prescription. You cannot listen to me. And I'll say this when we get back to everything. You cannot correct the incorrectness of our world and our relationships, and how the gender war is, and how humanity is. It's down a rabbit hole. We're fucked. It's over. We're too much of what we are now. We couldn't even trick ourselves to be something different. We are what we are. It is what it is. And you can't change it, and it won't change. And all you doing is fooling yourself if you think you're going to be doing something different, and you're going to be somebody different and all that other stuff. This is crazy. Look, you will have to be so brutally relentless to change the circumstances of a situation you don't like. It's just the way it is. So when you hear people like Anton Daniels and them, they make fortunes off of giving you this highfalutin thought process that you could change. That's why Anton Daniels, he got about 21,000 Patreon subscribers, people that pay every single month to be part of his membership and stuff like that. Trust me, it's millions, tens, hundreds of millions of people that came across that Patreon, and they evaluated it, and then they came out and didn't do it. Millions, tens of millions. And the outcome of his sales funnel is 21,000. Do you understand that? I mean, all the people that clicked on the Patreon button, all the people that hear him say, hey, join our Patreon, become a bag chaser, all the millions and millions of people that have observed it, have acknowledged it, have clicked on it, have observed the bag chaser membership, and then they clicked, okay, I'm doing it. 21,000 out of millions. You get what I'm saying? Telling you that most people, they kind of understood what their end result is in clicking that button. And they observed it with clicking that button. And they took on the approach that, you know what, I'm take in what I can take in, and then I'm going to go forward in the best way I know how. You get what I'm saying? So, and you got to understand, this stuff is not for Anton. His life is not for true outcome of the majority. That's not what he don't care about that. He cares about the minuscule of the people that will actually come into his orbit and be his soldiers. Be his soldiers. You get what I'm saying? And I think that's good business for him. I think it's great outcome for him. I think it's great execution for him. Look what he does. This man does multi-hundreds of thousands of dollars to millions of dollars a month in economic growth. If that's his podcast, his YouTube world, in addition to his real estate world or his stock portfolio, whatever the hell he's doing, he's making $300 to $1 million a month. That man is doing his thing. It's a lot of casualties of war. It's a lot of casualties to his success that he has. You get what I'm saying? And I say, don't get so caught up in anybody's platform or what they're doing that you're a casualty to their end results, but you're not doing so much where you have your own casualty. It's not good to have casualties, but sometimes to know that you're progressing, to know that you're executing on certain things, you got to have interactions that play off in certain ways that benefit you, but you lose some, people and unions and different things on the way. I know that's hardcore, y'all. So let's get back to this. And I just wanted you guys to have a totality of why we're doing these episodes and why we're going through this analyzation of Anton Daniels, Micca, Corey Holcomb, and just the podcast. Because I'm telling you, it gives you a good bird's eye view on the social media influencers and the podcasters and how their opinions are, how they articulate themselves. Because people speak like Anton, they speak so fluidly. They speak so well. They got good oratorial skills. They really, really good. And you just think like, okay, because they speak like that, everything that they say, everything that they do it's like Jesus. You know what I'm saying? Some of that stuff is good for them and it's not good for you. And it's not going to actually help you in your circumstances. And it's not something that you can actually apply today. You have to be objective to say, what's the meat and what's the bone? What actually can work for me and what doesn't? And foresight and way of process and elimination is success. You can't just do what everybody tell you to do and do everything and just do it and then find out after you do it if it was effective or not. You have to have hindsight. You have to have a process of understanding what makes sense and what don't make sense, what absolutely have the data to back it up that it has a probability of working. And you won't know that until you start to judge everybody, judge everything, and analyze it and vet it and scrutinize it and then say, yep, that has a high probability of working. I'm going to apply that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to move on that. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Oh, yep, that falls into what I'm talking about, what I'm seeing, the things that happen. Okay, I'm going into that. And that allows for you to know what to apply and what to throw away. What's the meat and what's the bone. Okay? Let's get back to it. Now, my subscribers ain't worth shit right now, you know what I mean? And it's just dog stuff because I'm not doing something that's specifically what I should be doing. I don't know if it's in the algorithm, is it in my uploads or whatever it is. I'm really looking at the back end and I'm looking at a lot of stuff and I see a couple things that I could be doing additional to spike myself. So I'm not doing so great myself. But she got Anti-Daniels backing her up, and she's really struggled just to get 20,000 subscribers on YouTube for about 2 years now. Year to 2 years. You get what I'm saying? As long as Micca has been doing like movies and some independent movies, music, producing songs, all kind of stuff. She's been out there doing stage performances and all kind of stuff. She's been out there for years. Her Instagram is like 20,000 people. So obviously she don't want to tell her age, but I'm going to tell you she's about, best case scenario, she's about 25 to 35. 25 to 35. You know what I'm saying? She got baby weight on her, so she had a birth. I could clearly see that. You get what I'm saying? Even when she loses weight, her body tells you that she's been pregnant and all the other stuff before. You know what I mean? So look, I'm giving the objective analysis on this, y'all. So in that situation, like she's 25 to 35. That's compared to youngness. That's the best she gonna get. The worst is that she's about 35 to 45. You get what I'm saying? I don't think she's over 45. So I say that because the persona of what she's trying to push, you know what I mean? I don't want to tell my age. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. You get what I'm saying? I didn't know that I didn't put the video on. I'm sorry. Apologize about that, guys. Let me push that. Yes, I wasn't looking at my monitor. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So she's kind of in that range and stuff like that. In her talking about her dealings with her husband, he don't have to be with me for everything and all that. I negotiate that. All that's good. All that's good. All that's good. He don't have to be with you for movies that you're doing for about a month or 3 months of production and stuff. Yeah, that's understandable. It's understandable when you do a performance, it's something like stage performance that he's not at everything because whatever his job is, which we know what his job is. You get what I'm saying? And everything like that. You can say that. But when you've been working with Anti-Daniel for a year to 2 years, he's been flying you out multiple times, at least over 3 times. You get what I'm saying? That he been flying you out. He been having these salacious conversations with you on the podcast and all that. Look, y'all think I'm playing. Look, only reason why I do this because y'all think I'm player hating on him. I'm not hating on the man. Y'all it's just, when people talk like this, you get what I'm saying? And they start to make it like everybody else is crazy for analyzing objectively that you hating, that you're dirty macking and all this other bullshit, instead of being straight up and saying, hey, we're analyzing the situation because you guys put it up to us to analyze. So we got to do our job. You get what I'm saying? So what is it? What was it? What was that? He was saying like, I can't remember it. It was like something about, oh yeah. Let me go to that. Sorry about that, y'all. There's so much stuff that I want to pull up. Let me do this.
Imagine being able to build an app with your...
Sorry about the commercials.
Fully confident. All of that tough shit, all of what do you think Corey was expecting from, or how he thought it was going to I just don't, man. I don't, bro.
At what moment did you realize?
I'm not about to go back and forth with Craig, nigga. Like a bare knuckle, whatever. Booping, stomach flat as fuck. I was just there. What are you talking about? I was just here. Booping, stomach.
Yeah, he's talking about now. This is what I mean by Anton Daniels and stuff. Okay, go back to Micca. She's full of shit. When you hear stuff like this is just wow.
With them, tell them what I'm doing, things like that.
How did you reassure your husband this was strictly business? Like if my wife is flying to another state,
because of
at some point I'm going, or I need to meet this person in person. And it doesn't matter to me if he's single or married. It doesn't matter to me if he feels that he wants to meet me. I want my wife to be very committed and loyal to the idea of her business engagements I should be comfortable with as a husband. Do you understand?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying.
Sure.
But my thing is, I think a lot of people sometimes misconstrue is this.
See, she heard what he said, says she heard what he said, but she's going to what she feels that's valuable. Instead of your husband haven't met this man, and what what are y'all doing to, like, why is he? It's just crazy that it was professional, and that's only way because he said he asked her are you guys are you like friends? She said that no, it's not a friendship, it's business. You get what I'm saying?
Prior to the other host, if they have it or not, because I really don't care.
Now, are you paid per episode?
I just want to go to what she decided.
It was called After Hours, and how many regular
people are interested in, then I should explore more on it. And so his audience decided, to people that don't know Anton.
People were saying, based on what he shared with you, that people said you were beautiful, you were smart.
Well, no, it's not based on what he was sharing with me. When I guess he, went on one of his live streams and, as the.
I just want to go to where she kind of denied that they were friendly with each other.
So it's called Room 9. It was called After Hours. And how many regular guests or?
Again, my business dealings is normally separate for some reason, independent from like big conglomerates, right? So if there's a person that has a business, it automatically changes from if Disney calls you, right? Because
you full of shit.
Comes down to people who are in.
I think I already went over this, but I'll do it again.
It's more of a personal level, and still, it's business.
Yeah, but I think what people may feel befuddled or confused by is, at some point you put the business aside when rumors are brewing, when images are plastered all over social media.
Now you're talking about a year later.
She on the defense so much that she's not paying attention to what her errors are.
Has he just had that sort of incredulity, if you will, about not meeting your male business partner?
So I think he would like to be, more involved with coming out there, but again, and you know what my husband does for a living, so it's not feasible.
No, it's feasible because here's how I see it. If Anton has to get on an airplane and come and meet your husband out of respectability, then that's what a man does.
If
respectability, yeah. And because they haven't met each other, Anton Daniel hasn't respectfully shook this man's hand and thank him for lending his wife out to him and stuff like that for platform stuff. Anton does shit like this.
Flat as fuck. That's what I'm saying. Once it's over.
It's already on Instagram.
God damn it.
Really?
People already chopping it.
They think this shit funny. It ain't.
Oh, yeah. Somebody in the chat said they already clipping it up.
Yeah, I'm a blogger, bro. Like my shit get clipped up while I'm still on air, while I'm still on live. I'm getting clipped up actively at all times. So I know they got that.
It's beautiful.
I know they got that. Yeah.
And
So
and here's, bro, dog. I wish they would have panned to Micca. This nigga Micca was looking so beautiful.
Hey, Micca.
Nigga, she was looking so gorgeous, nigga.
Oh yeah, bro. It ain't gonna take no
On the
time.
blogs.
Move the thing down, Slimmy.
Whatever. I'm with it. I like it.
Yeah, I know you do.
It's gonna be a good look, man.
Yeah, hit dog on holla.
Like, look at them. Like, and I'll go back to that because I don't want them to not miss that.
Booping, stomach flat as fuck.
On the blogs.
Anton ain't what them niggas will be.
In there.
Man, look, it's 2,800 people in here right now.
You must do something.
Micca was in there looking like a fucking, like she was in there Betty booping, stomach flat as fuck showing. Nigga, she was in there looking like a, I can't even say a snack, like a meal, nigga. She was in there looking like a meal, nigga.
You sound like, can we stop, y'all? Stop. Everybody, it's unfair that the elites, the rich people, the successful people, they want their audience. They want the regular people, the peasants. You know what I'm saying? The people that are not on the upper echelon, you know what I mean? To be in such an astute way and everything like that, and not be so degenerate and stuff like that, have a degenerate behavior and have discipline and all that stuff like that. But our culture and the way that we communicate, like he's saying the N-word like crazy. Talking about this man's wife like that, dude. Come on, y'all. Come on. If all of us was looking at getting videos on Anton Daniels' wife, objectify her on a day-to-day basis, what do you think he'll feel about that? What do you think he'd feel about that? That his wife would be getting judged and criticized like Kim Kardashian is, or people are lusting over her and all the other stuff, clipping her and everything like that. What do you think about that? Because that's how you objectify Micca, and that's how she objectified herself. That's what she wanted. She loves that stuff. That's why she don't wear her ring and all the other stuff. She was out there having a good time until the heat hit.
Cheating on Fredo?
Meal, whole meal.
Like I said, I think
apparently you can go from 0 to a complete site.
Ridiculous. I hate these commercials.
Corey was.
I'm gonna play it one more time and we go back to the interview.
Like that's what I'm good at. Would have been a great mediator.
I never asked to be on the platform, niggas, bro.
I'm Mike Tyson.
Home besides a bunch of. Woo.
Whatever. I'm with it. I like it.
It's gonna be a good look, man.
Yeah, hit dog on holla. You must.
I don't know. I was gonna have it in LA, but I don't know if I'm gonna do that shit.
I'm not trying to go to LA, bro.
You must do something.
Micca was in there looking like a fucking, like she was in there Betty booping, stomach.
Home besides a bunch of
Dub in every single way.
On air while I'm still on live. I'm getting clipped up actively at all times. I know they got that.
It's beautiful.
I know they got that. Yeah. And and here's, bro, dog, I wish they would have panned to Micca. This nigga Micca was looking so beautiful.
Hey, Micca.
Nigga, she was looking so gorgeous, nigga. What I'm with it. I like it.
It's gonna be a good look, man.
The head dog gonna holler. You must do suck, Ping.
Micca was in there looking like a fucking, like she was in there Betty booping, stomach flat as fuck, showing. Like she was in there looking like a, I can't even say a snack, like a meal, nigga. She was in there looking like a meal, nigga.
Got a cheating Alfredo?
Nigga.
That's another man's wife. And that's because when you don't shake a man's hand or just interact with a man like her husband and stuff, you don't have the danger effect in there in how you correspond with her. He really like, this is like some girl he found, she was single and all other stuff. Articulating himself like that is crazy. It's crazy. He exposed his wife and his kid. He used to always have them online. Used to always have them come in sometime just to kind of like be like look at the camera, say hi to everybody, or his wife would say something to the camera. But now he totally removed them because he don't want them to get attacked and stuff like that. So he has standards of how he feels like a man should actually represent his wife, or how a man's wife should be out there. You got these women on their panel. These are married women. And you observe and you say, hey, if I was to give or at least your actions say, if you were to give an opinion, or if you were to give your opinion or your actual thoughts on a man and his wife, don't have them on the internet. Don't have them exposed like that. Don't have them getting judged by other men. They shouldn't be on social media. They shouldn't be doing none of that stuff. That's what Anton Daniels will tell you. And he got his panelists that are married on the platform. He's objectifying them and all that. Look, I'm okay with this shit. I don't care. I ain't like him. I'm gonna actually tell women, you sure you should be on here? You know what I mean? If we're gonna be talking like that, where we got panelists saying crazy stuff or attacking the women or objectifying them or stuff like that, hold on a second. Under no screw, I'm not gonna let somebody do that. But if I was on his stuff as just another panelist, it's not like I'm a guest speaker or I'm let's say I'm a panelist on Anton Daniels' show, I would at least object in and say, you know what? We always be kind of talking about a lot of stuff here, y'all. But ladies, I would like to get your opinion on this. Do you guys think you should be doing anything out of what Anton Daniels thinks his wife should be doing? You get what I'm saying? Like, you guys up here, you giving your opinion, you kind of been sensationalized. Men are looking at you as a longing to have you and stuff like that. And you are a representative of your husband. You are a representative of your husband. You get what I'm saying? Not because you want to do something on your own or you want to have some kind of autonomy over yourself and your own dignity and all of your own name and all the other stuff. That ain't a subjective, and that ain't a representative of your husband. That's a representative of what you want. That ain't your job. That ain't your mission. So if you like, this is why, and look, I don't blame women for being single and all that other stuff, because yeah, that's the choice you make when you are a married woman. Now you're the subject of your husband. You get what I'm saying? And maybe that's not the place for most women. Look, I told you guys, we can't change this. I'm just telling you what it is. So when he's doing the total opposite of what he agrees a woman should do, to other women. It's like I was telling you about Howard Stern. He objectified women and all the other stuff. This is somebody's daughter. This is somebody's girlfriend or their wife or something like that. And you're objectifying them and stuff like that. And you're doing all kind of wild stuff. But you wouldn't dare make your want your daughters or your wife to be objectified in this manner or dealt with in this manner or talked to in this manner or be in conversations like this. You wouldn't do that, but you're all right for somebody else's wife to be like that. Somebody else's wife to be objectified, be in these situations, these scenarios, and these conversations, and having these communications about them and everything. It's crazy, y'all.
That
So
was
it's feasible.
No, I was talking about feasible for if anytime I have to get up and go do something. And it's not just.
I know that because your husband hasn't always been on the show.
Well, it's common sense. He's at work. He can't do everything you need to do. But at least one time in a year, y'all didn't try to figure out a dinner.
Oh, when we were doing something, so I get that.
Correct. And
Yep.
so that's what I mean by it's not.
And that's why I'm gonna let Nyla Says introduce her husband. Why? Because you decided to let your wife be out there like that. For some reason, you like, oh, go ahead, do what you want to do. Go ahead, do what you want to do. People don't understand. It's weird for people. It's weird for us to be talking about Micca and Anton Daniels and Corey Holcomb, and people don't understand. Well, hold on a second. Is she married? Like, is this guy a wuss? Is he weak? Is he a beta? No. He's not. So what's the other conclusion of it? It says for some reason, he's like, go ahead, do what you want to do. Go ahead, do what you want to do. Yeah, that makes sense to you. Go ahead, do it. Yeah, have fun. Yeah, just don't make me look bad. That's what women say to men. Don't embarrass me. Don't be out there in the street and embarrass me. Her husband is like that to her. I'm assuming. This is all alleged. This is my opinion. This is crazy, y'all.
It's feasible. But if it was to that point where he wanted to have, Anton do something, or if it was, well, I want to go,
Sure.
that would have been fine.
Yeah.
But it's never I don't, how should I say it? I don't give a, I need to hide this, or it's just, I just really feel that because this is independent, that we are not looking at it as business because
what is independent?
Because this is so this is your business here.
Sure.
I can talk to you directly instead of having to talk to 1,001 people
Yes.
to get to you.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
With that, it's still a business,
Yep.
but I can talk directly to you. So I can talk directly to Anton. So being that I can talk directly to Anton, I think people get a sense of that, well, because you can do that, then now it's something more happening if you.
So she's saying her husband should not even want to be in a place where he needs to meet with her, because you wouldn't be able to meet with the CEO of Disney because it's a corporation. You know what I mean? But Disney wouldn't have a man specifically traveling with you. They would make sure that the engagement is a female. You get a female assistant and stuff like that. It would be very structured to make sure that there's no in the windows there, or nothing that could fall back on the actual talent as something egregious. You get what I'm saying? She's kind of mingling around with Anton, and Anton, N-word, she was looking like a meal, man. N-word and all that stuff like that. It's crazy personal, not professional lingo, conversation, interaction, terminology, all that stuff. It's just unprofessional. And she ain't looking for him to be professional. It's not Anton's fault. This is the standard that Anton's interacting with Micca on is what Micca wants and what Micca is actually green lighting. You get what I'm saying? she's on here every time she get in the question, every time that like she communicating, even in Tasha K's interview too. Every time everybody's kind of communicating with her, she's saying it like, well, he's like he's a good guy. He's pretty, he's all right. He's I don't know if he likes me like that, but that's his problem. As long as he don't tell me about it. It's like this weird, crazy thing. Like he's a nerd. He's funny, but he's not on my level. He's not even my type. It's weird stuff. And then you see shit like this. you see stuff like this, man. Where is it at? Where is it at?
Why are you not getting
these damn commercials?
I mean, whatever
That
I feel
sound
like giving
crazy.
at that time,
That's
that's what I'm gonna give.
I don't. Hold on. This the dilemma with it right here. She is literally having a hard time just wanting to do something for a man who she
That's
likes.
not true. Like,
Why do it have to be tangible? Why does it have to
I
be
don't understand why y'all.
wait,
I don't
You
understand
don't
what
know, sorry,
thinking,
you don't know this 2K, but she bought Slimmy something just because
I'm not talking
so why
about
wouldn't she do that
No,
for her
I'm
own
saying
dude?
though, why do y'all always equate like gifts given as like something that's saying like, oh, this is showing how I like you. People give gifts all the time, and then they bop you upside your head behind closed doors.
Facts.
Like,
odds and shit.
But what I'm saying is you was visually having a hard time just expressing.
That's not true.
Saying is you was visually having a hard time just expressing.
That's not true.
That you wanted to do that. If you had the money, you would do something good for your man.
She has
Okay,
the money.
that's not true.
You're assuming she's broke.
I'm not assuming she broke.
Hey, look like you.
Look at her hair is all messed up. She coming from downstairs in her bedroom, her room supposedly in the hotel, and her hair is all wild, like she just jumped out of the bed or something like that, or came up there or whatever she was doing. Why? Because he was off screen for a long time, man. So if they was kissing and all that stuff, I'm telling you, dude. I'm sorry for allegedly saying that they were messing around with each other. But she comes on with her hair disheveled and all kind of stuff like that. Dude, and she's in his room. She got an iPhone. She got a good iPhone. She could go on the line and she could kind of do that from her bedroom, knowing that they just left Corey Holcomb's show in that situation, and that hey, you out of town. You need to go talk to your husband. You need to be in a room with talking to your husband. But even if you decide, okay, I'm gonna jump on the after hour show just because I want to show my face or something like that, do it from your phone. Put on your AirPods and do it from your phone. You're gonna go up to his room, go into his room, and sit down on it. Like, come on, y'all. And technically, it's like 2 o'clock Detroit time, and it's like 10 o'clock LA time or some stuff like that. Hell no. This is why don't ask us. You guys told us, are you dumb, stupid viewers? Do you even understand? Do you even know how to articulate yourself? Do you even know how to command your own household? Do you even know how to be a man? Do you even know how to talk to other people about being a man? If you guys can't see me doing this shit, if you guys can't see me doing these gray areas, these loopholes for things that the average person, the average scenario should not even leave a little room for. It's crazy.
That didn't look through on us, huh?
What is your hair doing, Micca? You look like you just.
What's up, girl?
You look nice.
They said you had the Glock out, bro.
She leaning over and her butt is like crazy. And if y'all know Micca, this is seductive sexual stuff that she's doing in her boss's room. She's got a shirt on that actually cuts to her belly. and his sleeves hanging, and she got this open chest area that a guy can see more if you dare in real life with her. Come on, y'all. Be smart. Be smart, y'all.
What the street saying?
You on mute, Micca.
You on mute, Micca.
That's what the street saying. They say use the shooter, bro.
I was the what?
Use the shooter.
Now she gonna sit down. See?
I'm just letting you know what the street saying.
She ain't leaned over, showing her ass and stuff. Crazy.
I'm in the LA streets right now. And,
You shot the sheriff.
People, y'all gotta understand this stuff, dude. I'm sorry, Anton. Y'all gotta stop. Talk about relationships, banter about that stuff. Don't put your personal stuff in the equation for us to analyze. These people, they know what's up. Look at them. You got Carrie to the left. She know like, I don't know, man. Molly, she like, whatever. I ain't messing with him. Sanchez at the bottom, she's a little jealous smirk to her. 2K, no, he knows something. He know what's up. He like, oh boy. Lex is just being a sister wife. Okay? Look, and Q know what's up. Okay? And he's such an asshole that he in the window wittily comments about it during the conversation. I'm gonna play it back. But I want you guys to understand, if a woman is coming on camera, one thing you know for sure, they're gonna have some lip gloss on. They're gonna have some glazed lip gloss on or something, or they're gonna put the lipstick that they've been wearing all day, or something a little bit more toned down. That she don't got no lipstick on her mouth, meaning she's probably kissing. Saliva and kissing. If you can see the bottom of her outlining of her lip and stuff, lets you know it's all assumption. This is all my opinion. All I'm assuming. You get what I'm saying? This is crazy. It could be perceived that way. Her husband watch her come on camera with her hair messed up like that. Ain't no way. He obviously he's not a jealous guy, or for some reason he just thinks it's just, I don't care. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they were like, man, Micca was the shooter, cuz.
Y'all should have brought me.
And I just came upstairs.
Oh, yeah. What to do with my
Tell us
G?
your take on it, Micca.
Huh?
What's your take on it?
Take on what? The topic?
It was wild.
It's a good actor right there. I'm glad they're giving him major exposure.
First of all of that stuff that they were doing, he wasn't doing it at the beginning. It was quiet. Like everything was quiet. They were talking. Like Anton was talking to what's the girl's name?
Darlene.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
They were having a really good conversation. Like everybody was there for like almost an hour just talking.
Yeah.
So I really don't understand why it went that way. Now I understood the premise was supposed to be, he thinks this and he thinks that. And, they're supposed to, talk about it, but he just got triggered. And I'm just like, but I did think after the first time it was going to come back. And the producers even tried to get it back. They were asking questions. His wife was asking questions. Like everybody was trying to get it back on track.
Yeah, we analyzed the conversation that they had. I just want you guys to see how ridiculous this is. And I can't go through all of this stuff, but
it just kept going left because he couldn't let go of that D-sucking comment or insinuation.
It's a Christmas movie, dog. That's
Home Alone is a hood fucking classic.
What makes it
not a hood classic?
Movie. What makes it hood? Like, what's a hood classic?
Because I watched it in the hood and it was a classic.
2K, shut up.
Okay, at least give me Good Burger.
No, nigga, that's a Nickelodeon movie. The fuck?
I can't believe these niggas, bro. So Nickelodeon it can't make
Nigga,
a
if that would have been a
classic.
hood, if that would have been a hood movie, it'd have been totally different.
Nickelodeon produce a hood classic.
But even him moving her over like that, which you just got to seeing, even him moving her over like that is so crazy. Okay,
it'd have been totally different.
Nickelodeon.
That's a personal, physical, like you. I want to be so. It's so crazy. It's because they're deciding to characterize their relationship. She's on a fucking interview talking about how professional they are and how much they don't have like a personal thing.
Because you can do that, then now it's something more happening if you go meet with this person.
Yeah.
Versus looking at it still the same. Yeah, this is not a big corporation, but this is still business, and this is still a person that is going to be employing me, contract.
If it's a professional relationship, you are not. I don't care if he's got the only microphone or whatever. Because look, I know technology, y'all. I build apps. I'm literally, you can hire me to build your Netflix. I'll build the shit out of it. Back end, everything. In addition to, if I have to, I'll do whatever it needs to do. Don't worry about it. I'll get it approved by Google. I'll get it approved by Apple. I'll build your website. I could do your graphic design. I can do your special effects for your movies. I can edit full movies, detailed movies, 15 terabyte movies, high-end stuff, raw, all that stuff, process everything. I'm that good. I know this stuff. I know from the iPhone how to do something really powerful with iPhone all the way up to the IMAX camera. Well uniformed in it, well trained in it. I know my shit. They're Anton Deos and Micca. They're not on a camera that they brought to do the actual platform. They're on like an iPhone. I wouldn't be surprised if they're not on a laptop camera right now. Why? Because it's just, for some reason, it's got a little pixel density to it. You know a good actual camera that's processing imagery really good. See how Carrie's is? It's clean. It's got a lot of contrast and depth to it. See how Molly is? Clean. It's got a little depth to it and stuff like that. And even I would even say 2Ks. How you know the difference is it gets a little cloudy. Not because the camera's probably good, but it's to dealing with your bandwidth of your internet. It start to decide the pixels, what resolution to use, and best smoothness and all that stuff to always articulate it. Even Lex got a good, for her iPhone or probably something. This is an iPhone. This was a laptop camera or an iPhone camera. So that alone makes you know that she technically didn't need to come up to his room to get online, to get live. Why? It's this professional relationship that's like having a business with Disney, or on the equivalent of having business with Disney and being employed by Disney. Why are you in the CEO's room to go live when you could have logged in and went live? Even if it's a panel of 8, because I know that StreamYard only does 8 people and stuff like that. They got to find a neutral ground. If that's what they're going to do, if it's so important to don't do that. You are not supposed to be in his room for nothing. Not saying so y'all going to do anything, but that's too much trust. That's a personal trust. That's a personal friendship relationship. That you know that you can go in his room and he won't try no weird, crazy, stupid stuff and disrespectful stuff to your husband. That's personal. That you could be that assuming that much. You got a belly shirt on. You got your hair is all disheveled. You have a wear and everything like that. And then you coming into your boss's room. That's professional. And you're actually gonna come onto the stream where you're gonna be seen by thousands of people. And now it's a presentation, like you just too free. You too free. That's personal. That's a friendship. That's a personal relationship. So stop. Stop. Don't characterize it. And we won't analyze it.
Producer,
look, we all got to see how bad we've been running our households, how bad we've been regulating our relationships and standardizing our relationship, how bad we've been economically being for our business, for our own prosperity and all that stuff. We all got to look in the mirror and take some accountability. Only way you could do that is you got to see what, okay, I'm going to give you this mirage. I'm going to give you this sorry. It's a therapist thing. Rorschach shock test. Okay? It's, you know, it's those tests in the therapist room where it's like an ink and it's all like little artistry figurines and all that stuff. It's an imagery of ink, imagery, Rorschach test. And you look at it and you tell us what you see in it. And then whatever you see in it will kind of let us know more about how your thinking is, how your thought process is, what you see and what your visualization is, and how you, whatever you kind of describe or make up in your head of what you're seeing on the Rorschach test. Anton Daniels, his show is a Rorschach test. It's a Rorschach test. You get what I'm saying? The Rorschach test, I know, y'all, you guys, you probably know. Okay, I know. Let me. So you understand what I mean by the Rorschach test. But his show is a Rorschach test for people that listen to it. If you're listening to his show, you need to take it that serious because that's how you should be looking at everything. Okay? And I'm just pulling it up. Give me 1 second. Because we gonna have it out. There we go. Okay. Let me pull this up to you. Let me show you to you guys. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. This is what we going to do. This is what we going to do. This is what we going to do. I don't play, man. Y'all going to learn something. Messing around with Daris D Entertainment presents Individual Perspective Podcast. When I'm with you, you dealing with me, you're going to learn something. Okay? Okay. Bring it onto the screen. This is a Rorschach test. Okay? Rorschach test. In a therapy, in psychology, they'll give it to you and say, what do you see? What do you see? When you look at this, what do you see? You know what I mean? You know, for me, I see like a wolf or a like the wolf ears, and you get what I'm saying? And it's like a wolf with some kind of weird mouth and stuff like that, and eyes and stuff like that. But it's something that may mean something ridiculous about me. You get what I'm saying? You know, that I see that. And you can psychologically analyze me because I'm saying that's what it is, okay? So, a Rorschach test, okay? So let's pronounce this right, so, because I may be saying it wrong. So let me see if they, you know, pronunciation of it. Let me get the. They normally let you kind of do like a communication of it. Let me see if I can do that. Give me a second. I want to say the speech of it.
Rorschach test.
Rorschach test. You hear that?
Rorschach test.
Rorschach test. Okay. So Rorschach test is something that gives you perspective psychological test. It's a perspective psychological test. Like I said, is you show it to somebody and say, okay, what do you see when you look at this? And whatever they kind of say and however they come up with things that they see when they look at that stuff, that's how you evaluate what their thought process is, their psychology is, and their psychological baseline is, or something like that. That's what you're doing. Okay? All the podcasts that you watch, movies that you watch, books that you read, and then you give a hypothesis or maybe a psychological with your individual perspective or your actual perspective of what you're seeing or what you're reading or what you're listening to and all that stuff. It tells us more about your psychology, your psychosis. And Anton Daniels is a Rorschach test. Any podcast is a Rorschach test. So when you're looking at this stuff, you're supposed to actually use it as, okay, what am I seeing in this? What am I getting out of this? And sometimes it's what it is. It's most people in high mind side or logic evaluation, they would kind of look at it as the same thing. Okay? That's what's going on here, y'all. And I'm looking at this girl come in the room, her hair wild. If she just came in the room or not, I don't know. Allegedly, she just came in the room. Her hair is out of order. Her lipstick is not on. She haven't even put on the lip gloss. And I'm telling you, women don't play that. They will make up their lips just to make sure it's neutral. You get what I'm saying? Craziness.
Let me see something. I want
to. And for him to move her over like that, that's a level of comfortability that they have been in the same room and that close in proximity with each other. She's still up on him. She's still like her hair is on his shoulder. She's still up on him. She's comfortable with him. She's very comfortable with him. She's personally comfortable with him.
I'm up real quick. Oh, God. No. I want to see something.
And he's about to talk about the height of Corey Holcomb, but it's ridiculous. Okay, this is ridiculous. Ridiculous. But I just want to show you guys this while she's talking the crazy stuff on the interview. We're gonna get through it as fast as we can. I know I'm behind. I know I'm doing another 3-hour presentation probably today. I apologize. I really do.
I know don't stand in between two guys.
I ain't falling for it.
Darlene's so fine.
Nigga, shut the fuck up. Darlene was sweet. Nigga's talking big shit. I don't want to hear that shit, nigga.
He's talking about Corey Holcomb.
Darlene.
And he grabbed his, like, before he came over there, he put like some underwears or some stuff, some shorts and stuff on the bed. He's doing comfortable stuff. Look at this shit, dude. I heard somebody talk about this. Who was that? Oh, man, who was that? I think it was the House of Hypocrites. I didn't know what he was talking about. What are you talking about? But now that I see it, he got what, shorts, underwear, socks, or some stuff like that. See, he's just grabbing it. And when you going to take a shower while she's in there? And look at him, look at like she thinks it's like, dude, y'all out of control, dog.
Stop playing, cuz.
Yo, can it even react, Carrie?
You can't do that. You cannot do that, Carrie.
And she got her ring on, try to show her ring to give trust that, hey, I got my ring on. This ain't no personal stuff. I'm married and all that other stuff. Like, nah, I don't care about you showing your wedding ring. That don't divulge you from doing something physical or something, indication of something physical might be happening between y'all. She's trying to throw off the scent of I'm doing whatever I'm doing physically with him. But to make you guys think that I'm not doing anything physical, I'm going to show my ring. I'm going to show my ring on my finger to give off the perception like I'm not doing no stuff. And I'm showing my marriedness to this. This is all misdirection stuff, y'all. Psychological manipulation. And this not like she's so intelligent that she's thinking about doing this. This is innate stuff. This is reflex stuff. It's crazy. Crazy. Slimmy wouldn't want his wife out there like that. You know what I'm saying?
Damn. Don't never let these niggas threaten y'all. These niggas is not impressive.
Now, Anton, when I dropped the nigga in the courthouse a couple months ago, you
she looking at
you told me, shame on me.
She said you can't be doing that shit.
You can't be a little finger wagging.
Listen, this is the difference. I said, let's go shoot one right now.
Yeah.
Back. Nope.
So you guys got to have common sense that he didn't go put his shorts and his underwears or whatever the hell he's holding, his underwears and his socks or whatever he's holding, that he didn't just go grab it from the bed and put it into the bathroom and then come back to go do whatever type of stuff that they're doing on the streaming, lets you know he's trying to do it during the situation. Whatever he's doing, he's trying to do it. Even if he's going to change his underwears or change it to some shorts from the pants he got on or whatever, he's doing it while she's in the room. Y'all crazy. This is wild.
No cameras, no none of that shit. No clout chasing.
So don't tell me about the successfulness of their relationship. It's something wrong with Micca and her husband's relationship. Something wrong with that shit.
No nothing. Let's just go shoot one. I did the same, bro. It took to like.
What was going to happen?
That was Corey. I'm telling you. Oh, I looked at that microphone and said, "Why is it shaking like that?" Honest to God.
To have.
Telling you, man, I'm tired of these commercials. Really, yeah. Gotta hurry up and get through this stuff.
An educated conversation. The conversation took a left turn, and we decided to use our judgment. And
she's been funny and stuff, but this ain't funny. While he's in there taking a shower
and otherwise
doing whatever he's doing. And they ending the day.
Tune into the Millionaire Morning. Is he streaming tomorrow morning?
You know he is. I'm gonna be asleep. I don't want that.
Okay, well, tune into the Millionaire Morning Show. Check out Micca's show on Red Cup Podcast, Red Cup with Micca podcast, right?
You got it.
Okay. Check us out on Thursday. Other than that, chat, we really appreciate y'all rocking with us tonight. Y'all have a
DPMO show.
Yuck Mouth TV.
Yuck Mouth TV. There you go. All right, y'all. We're done.
Hey, Carrie.
Yes, ma'am.
See? And they end it like that. It just goes off. He's doing whatever he's doing with his shorts or his underwears, his socks, and he's in other dog. Totally unprofessional. Totally unprofessional. That's personal.
I mean, whatever. That still has to happen. If I was flying to Disney has to pay for.
Look. I want you guys to understand. I am not trying to criticize them. I want to go ahead. We all should have the luxuries of all kind of stuff. Okay, multiple women's, all kind of stuff. It's just crazy. Look, and not do it. We have the choice to not do it either. I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm not criticizing nobody. I'm really not. And all the relationships that we all have and all the different things that's going on in each other's life and the direction that we all have and the journey that we have on this planet under this weird rules of bullshit, okay? We all should just deal with it however we deal with it. Don't come online being sanctimonious. Don't do that. Because that means anything you said, anything you do can be held to scrutiny to something that you said. I'm not criticizing Anton Daniels or Micca or anybody else as if I got clean hands. I don't. I'm a human being like everybody else. But at the same time, ain't no way I'm out here passing judgment. If I'm making bad decisions or risky decisions economically, I'm not going to come on here and start telling you guys that you pathetic because you this and you that and you doing this and you doing that. Come on, y'all. Stop. Don't be sanctimonious. Give an opinion about something. Hey, I think it'd probably be better if we all do this. It'd be better if most people do this. It'd be better if we don't allow this. It'd be better if we just don't say this. It'd be better if we don't act like this. It'd be better if we don't believe in this or we believe this. It may have made a better world. It may have made a better place. But in hindsight, we got to know we are who we are. We did what we did, and we came from where we came from. Don't be sanctimonious as if you are the pure judgment because people don't know for sure. Anton Daniels, his moves on the chessboard is, do you know for sure if I did that? Do you know for sure if I moved like that? Do you know for sure if I did that? Okay, let's just go on pure what is facts. You're grabbing your underwears and your actual shirt and your socks off your bed First, you brought it onto your bed because you wanted to interject it to some bantering or something you seen on your phone that Corey Holcomb and them posted about you in the height or whatever a chat person was saying about your height or some stuff like that, and Corey height or something like that. And you wanted to interject, so you brought your underwears, you brought your socks, you brought your t-shirt and laid it on the bed. What is that? That's personal. You supposed to be sitting on the side in a chair waiting for her to say something. And then the whole point of you telling her to come up to be on the camera, which that's unprofessional. Unprofessional. She should have been like, I can't come up to your room. And you're online too? I can't come up to your room. That's going to look bad. That's going to look crazy. It's not professional. You're the CEO of Walt Disney. I can't come into your room. Personally, I just can't do that. I just can't do that. That's how she's supposed to be. She was so comfortable. She was so in a personal friendship relationship, at least in correspondence and interaction with him, that they so unified and they're so like used to each other, or it's got such a normality with each other that she came in there and act like it's normal. He sets the underwears down on the bed to kind of interject into the conversation, brush it up on her, and she's standing right close up to him. She didn't leave. She didn't say, "Oh my God, let me get some distance between you because that's gonna look different." She stayed right there, right there. Does what he said. He go grabs his underwears and everything off the thing to go put it in the bathroom. To when she leaves, he's gonna lock the door. And she gonna go to her room and take a shower, and he's gonna jump in the shower. No, he came back into the room, and he still had the underwears and stuff still in his hand. Why not just go set it in the bathroom? Why you still got it in your hand? Because he's about to do his shower and all this other stuff, whatever he's doing. All we know is that he went to go disappear for 20 to 30 minutes or so. 20-something, 10, 20, 30 minutes. Something. I don't know how. I got to look at the video to look at the time. Was it 10 minutes? Was it 20 minutes? Or was it 30 minutes? I know it was either from that range, 10 to 30 minutes. While she's reading super chats and stuff, she's still on camera. She's comfortable in his room and all that stuff like that. And she waits till the show is ended to be a representative for him. While he goes and take a shower and do whatever the hell he's doing. You get what I'm saying? And she ends in his room while he's off doing something to change his underwears or to take a shower or do something that's personal. Don't tell me about it. Stop. You want to clear your name? How you going to fool people with thousands of hours of recording that you guys got out there? How you going to fool somebody?
Room and board. Yeah. Disney has to do this, that, and the third. And so, again, I think because people
think because they got oratorial command and conversation and they can communicate and they all gift the gab and run their fucking mouth that they can just say a bunch of shit, rhetoric and communication and all that stuff. And you say, oh, okay, she sounds smart. She sounds like she got it together. And it gives misdirection that you didn't see what you just seen. That would exist, don't exist. What is, it is. It's ridiculous. I'm only saying we're fighting our politics, our government, high society, elites, situations. We are fighting even business. When I go purchase a loaf of bread, I gotta fight the con. What are you guys doing to manipulate me, to make me do something that in my right mind, I would do this instead of this? This is what you want me to do. This is what's best for me. This is what I think I should do. This is what you want me to do because of the logos, because of the font, because of the commercial that you have, because of the branding trickery that you do. I'm doing what you want me to do instead of what I think the best is for me. That's what's going on in our society. How do y'all think y'all gonna beat Fortune 500 companies and their manipulation of you, the government manipulation of you, your senators, your congressmen, your state? How you gonna beat that manipulation of you if you don't know the basics? If you can't even look at this and know, Jesus, man, the lies. Like, people can really, for self-preservation, they really can lie to you knowing that most likely, I don't know if he penetrated you with his dick or his penis. I don't know. I can't really say that for sure, but I can't rule out other stuff. Other stuff. Why? Because there's too much evidence of personable, of intimate, so emotional intimacy or friendship or a certain kind of unification. Something is personal with the way that you guys interact. You're coming up to his room, you get on his computer to get on a Zoom. He's interacting with his underwears or him in the perception of taking a shower or something, because he got to do two things. He always say, I got to take 2 showers. So for some reason, his OCD won't allow for him to wait after the stream, after that camera go off, to start interacting with what is the social function of cleaning yourself or having a shower or some kind of changing your clothing. Whatever that is, wait until after the show so it won't be perceived and won't be looked at how it really is. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. He had to get into his routine and do what he felt like he needed to do at that time to smell good or do whatever, or cleanliness or whatever he felt. And she rolled with it personally in his private space. A room is his private space. You're not in, if they're talking about, oh, I got a suite. Why am I looking at the back of the bed? Why am I looking at your bed if you got a suite? There's an area over there with a desk and like a couch and a coffee table at the least. Why am I looking at your bed and you talking about your suite? This is crazy, y'all. This is crazy. Crazy. I don't know. Y'all might think I'm a bum. I'm a loser, and I don't got no economic value because I've got a lot of subscribers and all the other stuff like that. I've been where y'all at. I've been around the high society. I've been doing that. I be around that stuff. I be dealing with people with money and all that stuff. I live in it. I'm always around the powerful people and people that can do. I'm always. So I know how suites are. I know how rooms are. I know what my standard is for what I want in a room and stuff like that. Come on, y'all. It's just ridiculous. And now she coming in here trying to have an intellectual conversation with, y'all don't know how it is to be the difference between business, no matter if it's a Walt Disney and if it's an individual person's entity person's, what they kind of minimize employees and all that stuff. It's the same way though. You ain't gonna be in the CEO of Disney's room. You're not gonna be in the regional manager's room. You're not gonna be in the producer's room. You're not gonna be in the director's room on a Zoom. You're not gonna do it. If he asks you to come into the room, you're not gonna do it. Is it like a meeting space or like some kind of ballroom area or some kind of area that we could do in the lobby area of the hotel or something like that? You ain't coming into his room. That's personal. That's a level of personal intimacy with that person. You're not gonna let somebody grab their underwears and mess around, do all that stuff like that behind you in the bedroom and all that stuff. You're not gonna do that. These people have a personal relationship with each other. You're gonna come on air. Look at her hair. Look at her hair. It's the same style that she had, probably with the Corey Holcomb stuff, and it's the same way that her hair was with when she was at Corey Holcomb stuff. It was wild and disorientated, as if she was laying down or she was doing something when she came on camera. It's all personal. It's a certain kind of personal intimacy, almost a comfortability of her being in his environment and vice versa. It's crazy. But if her husband seen her do this for a whole year now, be like this for a whole year now, you were able to become what you wanted to come. Let me go live my life. You don't look at her as she got no kid, because she don't give off that she's a mother. She's a homemaker. She gives off that I'm out here living my best life, becoming what I want to become. It's just crazy. So so all this bullshit that she's talking about, this is just because how dumb you are that you're not connecting the dots. And that's what this world does. And you guys have to operate in this world as open, as understanding what it is and seeing the truth and make your decisions based on that and evaluate how much of a joke is it that you following the rules? All the successful people, all the people that are doing for some reason the go-getter attitude, the go-get-it attitude is what actually giving great results. While you're playing on the fence and while you straddle on the line, it's crazy. And Anton Daniel's talking about this holier than thou stuff. Okay, you didn't penetrate her. Lust is cheating too. Lust is too. Getting a blowjob is too. Getting a hand job is too. Okay? I'm not judging you. I'm just saying don't judge other people if you're somewhat trying to thread the needle of crossing the line and what's not crossing the line. And you cross the line on a day-to-day basis in the technical speak of lust. I'm telling y'all, none of us got our hands clean. Most of us don't. But don't be online criticizing people for judgments of things that they done in their life or decisions that they made in their life, their relationships, or anything else. That way, we don't have to hold yours up to the light. It's ridiculous. You're saying that you're holier than thou, that you're the best representation since Jesus. You said that. And you got all this stuff. You saying the N-word, or she was looking like man. She was looking like a whole meal. Stomach flat, looking good as hell. N-word. It's like crazy terminology. The salacious, lusty communication, all that is a sin if you want to be the holier than thou Christian. So stop. You think God gonna let you? You think God, our conversation, all this podcasting, everybody analyzing the relationship that y'all have and the different things that y'all been doing, the different moves y'all been doing, or the things that you said before, and have you contradicted it or not? All that evaluation is God. He don't play, man. He don't play. You have these personal conversations with him, and then he gives you your blessing and your prosperity or whatever, and then you smack him in the face as if he's just a sucker for supporting you. This is how he responds. He holds your life up to you. Oh, I had it. He'll hold my life up to me like crazy. Any lusting or weird stuff I'm doing or wild that I'm doing in business or anything, or even been like, God has held up how passive I've been. He holds it up to me like, you gonna keep doing this? You really gonna keep doing this? This is how dumb you look. This is how much of a fool you are. This is how much you mess up your prosperity. This is how much you mess up your growth. You gonna keep doing this? You think this is a great matter for you to be? The person on the other side of the table, look at it. This is how they are. This is what they doing. This is how they moving. And it's giving them blessings. It's giving them greatness. It's giving them good outcome. And you gonna keep doing this? I'm giving you sign after sign after sign after sign. This ain't the way to move. This ain't the way to move. And you keep being passive. You keep being like a monk. You get what I'm saying? And it makes me have to say, wow, that's blunt, it's rude, but I'll take it, God. I understand what you're saying. But Jesus, I understand what you're saying. I see you holding my life up to me and saying, look at it. You get what I'm saying? And then I move aggressively in the opposite direction to do what I felt. These are moves I got to make to have the outcome that I'm looking for. And I got it. Got it. Brutal. It was brutal. It was a lot of sacrifice, a lot of destitute situations. But I got the end result. I got what I was seeking out to get, what I was seeking out to accomplish. I did. He's holding the light up to Anton Daniels' life. And the bad part about it is that light is held up, and this life is held up to him. And a person like Micca is really getting, like, she's getting the residual talking to by God. That's how it is. This is God. You can't get this overwhelming response and analyzation and it just come out of nowhere. This is the force of God. So Anton Daniels, you better look at it. Don't ignore it. Don't laugh it off. Don't play it off like it's always. It's just like, oh man, I love it, man. I look up my numbers going up. I'm getting that cash. I'm getting that bag. Blah, blah, blah. You keep looking at it like that. It don't look like it's getting better, man. Nobody knows who I am. But there's some people, they know who they are, and it's echoing. And it's not stopping. It's only, and maybe the demise and the destruction of Micca and her husband and her marriage will be the actual outcome of what this is for Anton Daniels. To show you that you're a scumbag.
A singular person that is easily accessible per se.
That's right. Yep.
Now it's a different notion. Well, this must be for this, instead of looking at it as business.
So let's call a thing, if you will. And I want to really drive it home. Mm-hmm. Has Anton ever flirted with you?
Flirted with me as a sense of what? Just naturally, like we're sitting here, or because.
She got 100 things running in her head. But this is how just women that think they such a value in life and value to society because they looks or something, they think they could just be an arrogant liar to your face. Just like lie to your face. And look, I have learned the hard way that women can say one thing and boy, what they say, you may say, hey, ain't okay. It's definitely most likely not what I thought was going on, or what my gut told me that was what was popping off here, or what happened here, or something like that. So you just how they communicate the lie, it just makes you think, hey, well, at the least it ain't nowhere near that, and it was that and more. It was that and more. Don't do that. I love women. I got great female friends. I got mothers and sisters and aunties, and it's in relationships, partnerships, and girlfriend and all that stuff. I know I'm being a little bit of an asshole to women right now. I get it. I'm just saying what's true. Why? Because it's not about how I want to be perceived. It's about what is going to actually hold up. That's why I got to be honest. And dude, she's a liar. We know for sure they've been a little bit more than just business.
Because I'm gonna explain.
Well, I don't want to get into wordsmithing.
No, there's no wordsmithing.
Okay.
The reason why I'm asking.
Because then I want to talk about some pictures too.
No, yeah,
okay.
I got you. But the reason why I'm asking is because there's two different things, right? So Anton does things for content, and then there's things that Anton would do if we're just sitting here.
Okay.
So if you're saying personally, if me and Anton was just sitting here, no. Now, if you're talking about for content, when we're doing the virtual rooms and things.
Now we know that
for the show, Anton has said multiple things. So that's why I asked, which one are you talking about?
So let me hear a few of the multiple things that he said that was a flirt.
What people would consider if he's, saying.
Not people, what you considered as a flirt.
I would say.
Man, I wish that they panned that camera to Micca Man, she was looking good. Flat stomachs, Betty booing. Oh man, she was looking. Man, she was more than looking like a snack. She was like a meal. Whew.
Probably if he's like, oh, Micca, you're so sweet, or you're so cute, right? But
she know that was full of shit. Oh, Micca, you're so nice. You're so cute. That we talking about Anton Daniels. Shit, Micca, you look fine as hell. She don't want to go in that conversation where you like, man, this like guy talking about you like that, even on a virtual, and he hasn't even met your husband yet. I'm gonna tell y'all. Reason why Anton Daniels did not want to show any effort to meet her husband and show respect to her husband is because he liked her looks. He liked the sexiness of her. He liked the lusting of her, the visual stimulation of her, the beauty of her, the sexuality of her, the pornness of her. He likes it that much. They don't need no guy messing up his fantasies. He don't need no guy messing up the imagery of when he looks at her. How hot she is to him. How sexy she is to him in his head. He maybe uses it for content, but one thing for sure, it works in the way that he is, and the way that the packaging and the narrative that he wants to give off online and on his platforms, or however he wants of her. He didn't want it messed up by always have to get this guy in his head. Her husband, her being a husband, him have to actually regulate himself how he would want other men to regulate themselves when they're around his wife or his daughter. He want a certain kind of freedom to lust after her, to say desirable stuff after her, and to really mean it. So he can't be meeting her husband to mess up his fantasy, the way he looks at her, his visualization, the packaging he has for her, or the character he wants in her, to her in his head when he looks at her or when they are online. That's why he specifically thought the outcome that I want for you. That's why I got you here. I don't want you to superimpose your life and your rules on the purpose I have for you. That's why he hasn't met her husband or made no point to be an honorable, ethical, and a man of integrity to shake his hand and say, I'm going to respect you, and I'm going to respect your house, and I'm going to respect your kingdom, and I'm going to respect your wife and your queen. And I'm not going to cross the line because I will want to give the same respect to my wife. I want you to give the same respect to my wife that I should be giving to your wife. He didn't want that situation that he innately internally know he has to apply to her because he met because he met the king. You don't fuck around with another kingdom's queen unless you want war. That's why he wanted to give I gotta meet the king. I gotta come into the king's kingdom and show that mutual ground of respect of knowing we interacted, and now the rules of kingdom must apply. The rules of kingdom don't have to apply if we never met each other, if we don't really care about each other. We have no value to. If your wife coming sneaking into my kingdom, I could use her. I could utilize her like a subject. She could be one of my concubines. I could do whatever I want with her because she's coming into my kingdom. And that's what happened. So this shit is bad.
That I have with it is because I know he's doing it for content, right? And he's not actually talking to me. However, I will say what I probably should have paid more attention to is the fact that people take content as real life instead of just content, right? Because I come from a world where I know entertainment is entertainment, and
a sinful, whore, debauchery world. Oh, I'm a filmmaker. I know. You get what I'm saying? But to play that game, come on, y'all. It's wild. It's wild. Wow, it's the wild, wild west. It's the life that we live in here, and we're trying to give perspective to it. That's why we make movies. That's why we recreate scenarios. You get what I'm saying? And we might indulge in the scenarios that we want to create because we want to be truthful to it. But it's all like out of order. You get what I'm saying? But I don't think this world can be put back in order. It's ridiculous. But I'm not gonna fall victim to it because I'm trying to thread the needle or stay on the line and cross that line. I'm gonna do whatever the hell I need to do because I'm not gonna fall victim to this world.
Say this and that, with reality shows, all of that. It's just for entertainment. And they go, the cameras cut off, and they don't really hate each other. They talk to each other.
But has he said those things to you privately?
No, and that's why I asked you.
It's all been on the show?
Yes, that's why I asked you the difference. And that's why I wanted to make that distinction. Because if I just said, he said this word, you would probably think it's just because we're sitting here. That's why I said.
Yeah, her imageries are good because when you look at her pictures, you look at all her work and all her marketing, packaging of herself. It's all good. It looks commercial and all the other stuff. But when you watch it here, you look, okay, you guys say, okay, she got a little dwarfism going on here. You get what I'm saying? Her physicality's a little dwarfism. You get what I'm saying? It's all right. There's nothing wrong about that. But I'm just saying, why everybody acting like other people are not the best looking or not the most packaging and stuff like that, the people that you guys desire, pay attention to them long enough. Not so perfect.
No, he has done it for content while we're all, and mind you, he says it to not just me, other women on the panel.
And how did you feel when a married man said that to a married woman?
Again, at first, because you don't understand,
who doesn't
content,
understand?
Meaning, well, I'm talking about myself.
Yeah.
So again, being on YouTube, when you don't understand certain bounds of YouTube panels and things like that, people on panels say all types of egregious stuff or whatever to get reactions from the crowd, right? And so you might personally take stuff a certain way when they were just doing it as a reaction to get people in the crowd.
And so how did you feel?
I didn't feel a certain way. I didn't say anything because I was a little off-putted. But once I understood what he was trying to do.
Oh, it's for content. You can do whatever you want. It's all right. We making money. We making money. We making the bag.
Okay.
We're making the bag.
Beautiful women on my panel. That is fine, right? Because people can acknowledge that people look.
Yeah, I think we went over all this in the previous episode.
Like but it's when it becomes personalized that.
Bullshit.
How does his wife feel?
Got real personal.
Wife, Rita, ever expressed to you her disdain, or have you heard her discuss something with him about her disapproval of saying that to you on a show? Even because
go ahead.
Well, let me just say this just before you answer. I think there's a line you draw in the sand when I say something because it's content. So I'm producing content here, I'm doing a show, and if I say to you, knowing your husband, wow, you look so beautiful and you're so gorgeous, boy, I wish we could probably just go for a nice drink. That's disrespectful.
Yeah, but he's never said that to me.
Yeah,
so
but
that's totally different.
He may not have used my words. I'm just saying.
No, he's never done that. Period. Like, oh, well, let's go for it.
But he's called you beautiful.
Yes.
And gorgeous.
Yes.
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 On the and he took you out to dinner. Like, has it been time that he took you out to dinner and it was just you and him? Oh, yeah. That's the question he should have said. Like, it's ridiculous, man.
Oh.
Yes.
And to you, that's not a problem. Because it's happened more than once.
Correct.
And I'm not trying to make it a problem.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Sure.
Let me answer your question. So yes, he said beautiful, gorgeous, whatever. But there's not like, well, I want to take you to the whatever, or
That's all. When she said whatever, she had something in her head where she seemed like, oh, he did take me to dinner there, and she made herself, okay, whatever. So I won't say what I remembered and know that I just lied because I said I want to take you to dinner. Oh, yeah, he has taken me to dinner. He has taken me to a bar. She knows that, so she whatever. Wow, shit, dog. My opinion. It's all alleged. I put my disclaimer in the beginning of the show. I don't need no bullshit, okay? And if you give me bullshit, I'm going to countersue because you gave me bullshit, and I'll win.
Do this and this and that. And it's just...
Well, he's taking you somewhere. Let's look at this picture. You guys were at a game when you said he wanted to take me somewhere. Now, I'll be honest. When I saw this picture, I was flabbergasted.
Why?
Because...
Wait.
Sure.
So go back to what you were saying, because you can't intertwine the two. So you were asking,
sure,
was he expounding on
flirt,
on the certain type of things that he says, and we were talking about him saying beautiful, whatever, but not expounding in that way.
Yes.
Now, what is your question that you're asking now? Because
I think I asked it, was it disrespectful? Did you feel that it was disrespectful? And I think you answered it by saying no, because you realize that it's content and people do these shows and they say things. And you also clarified it by saying outside of the show, that has never happened. Would that be correct, what I heard?
Right, but you use the hook at the end to say, well, he's taking you somewhere.
Well, I think you said something, and we can probably roll it back in post-production. You said something about when we go places or he takes me somewhere. And that's what made me say.
So what I said was he's not adding on to the beautiful or gorgeous, saying, dang, you're so gorgeous that I want to take you to the whatever so we can do this.
And I thought we clarified that, because I said those are my words. That's what I said, and you did say he doesn't say that.
No.
Right, and I didn't want to put words in his mouth, but I wanted to be clear. So let's go to the picture.
Okay.
Tell us about this. How did this happen?
So this was the day that we did the interview. So the show did an interview, or just you and him? This was my interview day.
The first day?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
So this is my interview day, because you can go and you can see the outfits, the same outfit, same everything. Now, what he is doing here is he had...
Yeah, I don't play that stuff when women put contacts in their eyes and stuff. I don't play that stuff. I don't know what that is. Why are you trying to change your eyes? Yes, it's exotic, and it's very, like, you got to understand, when you cross that line, you're going into the rabbit hole of persona, and if you better realize what you're trying to do. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's the influx of what you deserve and what you should, or what should be excluded from you, has become the dialogue of women and men. Because most men are finding out that you don't deserve that, but they're in the midst of shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like you got to always be upfront to say, hey, I don't really want too much false advertising going on. I don't want too much false presentation going on. I need to know who I'm presenting and who I'm not presenting. I can't take you to a gala and you all of a sudden put some contact lenses in your eyes and you come down from the room and I'm like, okay, why you change your eye colors? Oh, I just like this. No, I'm introducing you to people that I want you to be represented. That ain't us. This facade, even with just the eyes, is not you. So she's on this show. She ain't wearing those contact lenses. You know what I'm saying? It's ridiculous.
Already a business meeting set up there. So there is
That's what he told you,
no,
correct?
that's what happened.
No, I'm not saying that's what he told you as if that was a cake bake. He told you he had a business meeting and you were invited.
No.
Okay.
So again, back there, probably like
I think she got so much shit in her head of what she wants to say that he just told her that. And she said, no. And that's exactly what you're trying to say. And then she going to later on say exactly what he said that she said. But I'm going to play it again.
Is he had already a business meeting set up there. So there is...
That's what he told you,
no,
correct?
That's what happened.
No, I'm not saying that's what he told you as if that was a cake bake. He told you he had a business meeting and you were invited.
No.
Okay.
So again...
He asked her. He told you that he had a business meeting and you were invited. No. And how you get there then?
Back there.
Because she answered it like that because she's not listening to what he said. She got her own agenda and her own con. That's why she introduced these pictures to him. He should have had his team scour the shit out of Anton Daniels' content, and they would have seen plenty of stuff that's disrespectful. You get what I'm saying? Plenty of stuff that's not in a situation where you would conduct yourself with a married woman, but they probably heard the N-word and all that other stuff, and he didn't want to put that stuff on his platform. So he's kind of going off of things that can't really give you full context of what's going on, but it is enough to analyze.
There, probably like on the first level there is an area where if you have, your high roller seats and things like that, you, I don't know what they call it there in Detroit, but here in DC, they call it maybe the Ultra Club and things like that, where all the people that have club seats, things like that. Yeah, you have, of course, conference rooms, other things up there. And back there is where he had his meetings. He met a couple of high-profile people. They were talking about sponsorships. They were talking about interviews, a whole lot.
Everybody love being around high-profile people. Oh, I'm around the real bag chaser, the big bag chasers. Are you gonna keep your cool so you can kind of retain your marriage and wonder, like, okay, I'm done with my interview that I flew here for to do with you. I'm done with that, and now I'm extending the situation that, because at this time she's not licensed to him. They're not under some perception that he wants to be her manager. She's just a person that he wanted to interview for exposure on his platform and all that stuff like that. And it just expanded into you going to a business meeting with him at the basketball stadium and stuff. So now you're extending yourself to the grandiosis of Anton Daniels. That's personal. Go back to your room. Understand, okay, the mission was to come and do my interview. I don't need to have any more exposure and anything else. I need to get ready to get back home to my husband and my family. But no, she going down a rabbit hole of what can you provide for me? What can you give to me? What have you done for me lately? What I'm gonna take, okay, well, you gonna give me that? Or you gonna give me that exposure? Or you gonna introduce me to that person? Oh, cool. And I think she did the right move if she's playing in the jungle, in the rules of the game by herself. She got a husband that's well established.
No, I still don't think you answered the question. What I'm trying to
get
at,
asked what was I doing there?
How did, because I said he had a business meeting and invited you, and you said no. So you didn't fall out the sky. They didn't open up the dome and you came down on a harness into the meeting. So what I'm saying is
hold on. Ask your actual question.
So this is what I'm saying. The interview is over. The one-on-one interview is over, correct?
Correct.
What does the conversation sound like to invite you to come here?
Okay.
Because I said you were invited and you said no.
Okay. So no, that's not what I said.
Yes, you did.
We want to play it back.
Yes, you did. That's what discredits her. You guys got to understand. You think that's minimus of her not remembering that she did that. But her social structure, her actual attention, what she's trying to do has shrouded, it's so much, her agenda is so disruptive to how she's communicating that she doesn't know that she's exposing herself with a narrative. And it's going to show her inconsistency to actually know what the truth is and to tell the truth and be consistent to what the communication should be and be able to be logical and formulated to the conversation and be present to the conversation that you're in. That's the problem.
Again, he had business meetings there, and he said, well, I got a couple meetings at the game, and
that asshole hood rat shit is crazy. I wonder what they get the from. Was that from Nicki Minaj or fucking Cardi B? Who came up with that? Who came up with that? Who was the first person that put that into their lexicon, put that into their conversation or conducting conversation? Because women do that now. That's part of this bullshit modern shit. They do that There's like It's like what is that? It's like a text abbreviation in communication. Like when you really don't want to solidify your argument, you just say and we supposed to fill in the blanks ourselves.
It will be good for you to meet. I said, sure.
And you were the only one from the team that went, or were there other people? I know you were the only interview.
I wasn't at a team then.
He wondering, like, out of nowhere, you're not special to him. You don't have a value for him in his business or anything like that. He just taking you to, like, he just interviewing you. But obviously, Anton didn't want to be a good host. So he want to, like, interview you, he want to take you out to dinner, and then maybe go to a ball game or something to let you understand the organization that you might become part of and stuff. That's what he's doing. He's hosting her. You get what I'm saying? But that is crossing the line to her husband. You get what I'm saying? So if you're like, hey, maybe this is good once in a while for some major business thing, but to be out there interacting with somebody else without me so much, it's like, nah, I don't understand. It's one thing to be around a group of people, or the producer and the director and all this other stuff, but just one isolated podcaster or social media influencer, I don't know. I just don't know. But I think let them all go. If it's like you want your wife to be a whore, let her be a whore. If it's okay with you, if you can see some cuck type of thing to it, to go.
No, I'm saying the interview was his staff, his production. Like you have camera people, producers, etc. So the production is over. Did he not only apprise you that he was going and invited you, were there other production people?
Well,
because we all have gone out together after production.
Correct.
Yes.
Well, again, you have production people and everything, all that other good stuff. Anton does everything himself.
Yes.
And I do mean all of it. Unless sometimes, like if he has something else going on, there may be another person there because they maybe have to help him with something else. But if it's only like one thing that he's doing outside of his own videos,
sure,
it's only him.
So his wife wasn't there?
At this one, no.
Right, so.
Yeah, please like, subscribe, and share, okay? Like, subscribe, and share, y'all.
You flew out for an interview.
Mm-hmm.
You went to his studio or place of production.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all did an interview, and it's just you guys, correct?
So I flew to Detroit, got to the hotel, okay? Got to the studio.
He booked a hotel for you, the location.
Correct.
Okay.
Got to the studio. His wife came past the studio. That's when I first met her.
Sure.
But she did not stay.
Okay. Let me ask you this, and I'm not trying to be too investigatory, but it gives foundation.
Mm-hmm.
How far is the hotel from the studio and from his home, if you knew that?
I've never been to his home. So
well, you don't have to go to a person's home.
You said from his home, so yeah. I don't know.
You don't know that? Okay, fair enough. From the studio? Give or take 5, 10, 15 minutes or more.
I say maybe 10 or 15.
Okay, 10 or 15. So then he says,
it's all downtown.
It's all downtown. So he says, hey, I got this business meeting. I'm going to this game. Would you like to go with me?
Mm-hmm.
And obviously you said yes because you weren't forced into going.
I got this game. I got this meeting.
I had this meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if I'm looking at this picture, are you all on the floor at a basketball game?
Correct, that's the floor.
Okay, at a basketball game.
Correct.
So you went to a basketball game. Did you watch the game?
No, this picture right here, we probably sat on this court maybe 10 minutes.
Oh,
we
I
were
see.
in the back.
So a meeting, and then y'all just went on the floor to take a picture.
No, we just went on the floor, and we sat there maybe 10 minutes, and then they had their,
sat there 10 minutes to watch a game for 10 minutes?
He wanted to see a little bit of the game. Sat there maybe about 10 minutes. The quarter ended, went right back to the back.
Okay, and was his wife invited?
And again, I want to keep context just in case somebody come in here and watch the show and they just don't know what's going on. Anton, he always takes girls to the game. You'll always see him. I even watched in a basketball game because I'm live in Detroit. You know what I mean? Suburban area, but I live in Detroit area, and I watched the Detroit Pistons. So you always see Anton Daniel because he got prime real estate, actual seats and stuff. So you see him there. He's sitting with sometimes it's some of the girls from his podcast. Sometimes it's some random girls too that I don't know. But for some reason he likes arm candy for when he goes to the meetings, when he's having people on the seat and stuff like that. It is a very shallow, very lusty, very crazy stuff that he does in his real life to the circumstances that he has around him and whatever he does. You know what I mean? So he I ain't saying he messing around having sex with them, but he's doing desirable, lusty stuff with them and stuff, and just presenting them to the public. You get what I'm saying? So he does this to a lot of different women. You get what I'm saying? That he finds attractive and all the other stuff, you know? But Micca, she has done it with him multiple times. You know, she's lying, saying like, oh, it was only 2 times. No, it was more times than that.
With you guys to the business meeting?
I don't know if she was invited or not.
Was she there?
If she was there, no.
She was not there.
Mm-mm.
Okay. In that moment, did you feel awkward?
No, because I was there for a meeting. So
you had nothing to do with the meeting, right?
Let me finish.
Sure.
I was there for a meeting, right? So he's already having his business dealings, whatever he's going to do. You're in business. You're in this crowd.
Sure.
You absolutely understand that there are networking opportunities. If I know so-and-so and I bring you with me,
Sure.
and so-and-so sees you,
Correct.
oh, you can make networking opportunities. And you also know that it does not happen in a vacuum. It does not happen in offices.
Correct.
It does not happen. You can be at the golfing, you can be at the NBA games, all types of things. So again, kind of like just like the thing we were talking about with it just being the fact that it's just that person that is the business entity. I also think that when people don't know business or people have never experienced what it's like to network, especially with people that are upper echelon, they don't understand that these things don't happen in just offices. These things don't happen in a particular place. So there are a lot of high rollers and business people. Like there were people there that were part of the NBA.
Sure.
The guy that owns the actual arena.
Yeah. Yeah.
All there.
Yeah.
All the mayor, like all there.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, the former mayor.
The former mayor, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the difference, and you know this because we work together.
Mm-hmm.
I go back to how critical it is for the male that you're working with, particularly when it's sort of independent.
And she don't understand. He's been around celebrities. He's been around people. You know, he that's why he got this podcast, and how he even when he been executive produced her old show and the show that she was part of and all the other stuff. He understands the media. He understands clout and all the other stuff. But he's able to observe her while she's talking about this high-profile situation, the mayor, the owner of the stadium, and the NBA executives and all that other stuff. And he looking at her like, look, all that stuff is powerful, enchilada, high echelon, high like testosterone, high accomplished male centric situation. Men don't want to interact with women like that, especially powerful men like that. Because you get things. Because obviously, I can't really do business with you in the most intimate way and really hitting it like really aggressive to it because you're a woman and you just not gonna look at things the same way that men in the battlefield gonna look at it. So it's only so much networking that we could do because you're a woman, and that could go into sexual harassment or some crazy stuff that could mess up our professionalism and stuff like that. So this, I'm talking about the mayor and the governors and or the owner of the stadium and the NBA execs. They're gonna have distance to her because she's a woman and anything could be misconstrued. So he knows that while she's talking the shit that she's talking, and that stuff is impressive to you, the people that's in that room, but it also tells me you don't got the right man in that room with you to represent your household, to represent the power that you could have gotten out of that engagement if your husband was there and he was interacting with his value, and other people would have gravitated to his value and found ways to utilize him in the elite situation. But you trying to be powerful like a man, and it ain't working out for you because men do have a stipulation to, no matter how great and grand they are in a business, I don't mess around with women like that because you just don't know where that line's crossing at or what could be misconstrued, or at the same time that I can't really hit a outcome with you like that because it's so much guardrails to the aggressiveness or the testosterone of executing business. You get what I'm saying? So she looks stupid talking about this. And so the only person when she walked into that room, to the people that's in that room, she is the representation. She's the female representation of Anton Daniels when she walks into that room. And it was never, and it's never okay for her to give that perception off when she knows that this is not her king. Her king is elsewhere. This is not a representation of her king. This is not a representation of her king. This should be when you get around people like this, the kingdom has to be represented. So you either come in here alone and you interact with these people, where you're a standalone representative of your husband. Not that you're in the representative or you're in some kind of collaboration or valuation to Anton Daniels. So that's why he's telling her this.
And we are being seen, and these sort of pictures come about. It's important to meet and know your husband. And I'm not saying he isn't a man of character, because I don't know Anton. And I'm not here to vilify him. I'm just going based off how things look and what the concerns have been in the public.
I understand, but that's why I don't mind. That's why I don't mind talking about it, because there's nothing nefarious.
Like she's so on guard, and she's so like on the off the defense, really, that she got to interrupt him. She don't even want him to finish speaking because I know what you're trying to say, but I don't care about that. I got my narrative. I don't got nothing nefarious going on with this guy. I got nothing going on with this guy, and I'm not his side piece. I'm not his side piece. I'm not his side piece. Yeah, you are his side piece. When you were messing around with him, when you were conducting yourself with him, you were his side piece. Now, if you did want that perception to be out there, don't go to no events. Don't mess around with any high social dynamic situation without the representation of your king. In addition, do not do anything outside work with a business acquaintance that you don't have a personal friendship with. That's what she said.
That I ever had going on. And again, I never do anything unless my husband knows.
So your husband knew that you were going to this business meeting?
Now, that question, of course, she would say, yes, my husband knows and stuff. But because her answer because she's trying to tell the truth, or she's not trying to tell the truth, or she can't keep up with the lie. It's too many components. Why? Because you got a guy across from you that's going to throw out random conversations that's not part of your narrative because you don't know how he's going to ask questions. So when she looks to the side like that, and whatever she said, it's a lie. It's a telltale lie. I can get 10 body language expert to kind of analyze her physicality to when she answers a question or the conversation that she's having. And I bet you majority of those analysts going to come out the same, saying she's lied about specific things. And this is one of those lies.
My husband knew that I was where I was.
No, that's not.
She was going to say, yeah, my husband knew I was there. But she said, my husband knew where I was. The reason why she changed up, because she's thinking about the lie, oh, that's a lie. And she's retracted to put it back to as much as the truth as she possibly can. Problem.
Let's be very clear with language. So I want to be clear with my question.
Okay.
Did your husband know that after the show, the interview was over, you were going to a basketball, not a basketball, you were going to a meeting at an arena where a basketball game was?
I don't remember if I told him before or after, but I did tell my husband.
Now that would become truth. I don't remember if I told him before or after, meaning that there's a problem with your manipulation of your husband, because you're given a possibility that you went to this event without his approval, and then you told him about it afterwards, after you made the decision, after you chose what was best for you. That's you gave the possibility, not the guy across from you. You gave the possibility of that. And then she's going to try to say, oh, well, I can't say that I didn't ask him before I went. I just don't remember if I did or not. Yes, you would.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you told, but
of course.
When you say you don't remember
meaning
before or after,
meaning like
is it fair to say you told him after?
No, it's not fair.
Because how do you not remember that?
By saying that it's not fair, meaning that you're trying to retract, you're trying to keep up with the lie, you're trying to keep up with the dominating of the conversation, but you already gave a caveat that I might have told him afterwards. So you can't say an absolution to, you can't say that. Not good.
Because I don't remember everything about that day.
No, but you're a married woman.
Right.
A married woman who goes, and I want to be fair to you, but I want us
because to me, everything that I'm doing is business. So again,
but a married woman doesn't forget if she told her husband she went.
Look, y'all, y'all. At least can y'all even realize she's lying when she said it's just business? Everything I do is just business with him. Everything I do is just business. We only got a business relationship. We don't have a friendship. That's what she said about Anton on this interview. She said it verbally. That's what she said. That's not rhetorical. That's not summarizing. She said that. You guys, I showed you guys too many informations to show they got a personal relationship. Even if it's like not sexual, it's enough where they're very personable to each other. She's got a level of comfortability that should be for a friend or a private person in an emotional relationship or whatever. It's ridiculous.
Somewhere
because
before or after.
No, you're trying to pinpoint a time frame, and I'm telling you, I don't remember my time frame.
Not a time frame.
I tell my husband everything. So yes, I did, and I posted this. This is my picture.
Yes.
So again, if I was trying to hide it, if I didn't want my husband to know it, I would have never posted.
So you think posted it makes you innocuous?
No, I'm telling you that I don't hide anything. I have nothing to hide. And so if I wanted to hide something from my spouse, I would have never posted.
Let's look at the next picture. I thought the next picture was really, really interesting. And in this next picture.
But wait, why are you?
And he didn't get this one, but I'm about to show y'all something. So let me let her put herself back in a fuck position.
Leaving that one. Why are you leaving? Why are you leaving that one?
What is there more you want to expound?
No, but
Okay.
it's
Oh yeah. Ha ha. I'm sorry.
something that you want to expound on because
You said why I'm leaving that picture to go to the next one? Because I felt like you gave clarity. What I heard you say was it wasn't a basketball game I was invited to.
Correct.
I was invited to a business meeting.
Correct.
I heard you say I went for an interview, and after the interview, I was asked and I accepted the offer.
Okay.
I heard you say that I apprised my husband, or you told your husband this is where you were going. You couldn't remember if it was before or after, but either way, your husband knew. And the final thing you said was you posted the picture.
Correct.
I have nothing further. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Next picture. I was flabbergasted by this picture
Okay, tell me why.
because there's no way my wife would be physically touching, leaning on a mirror.
And it's so funny. I want you guys to look at this picture, okay? Look at this picture, because this let me know that they do got like some sexual stuff going on or something bad not going on. Okay, let me put it as a whole, take myself off the screen. Okay? Now you take a look at this picture, right? You know? That he has on the screen, okay? And let me bring in another picture. Now this is, maybe she did this stuff, but this is what messed her up. Okay, I know she did it. Okay? Now when you look at this picture that they have, what they did, I'm a Photoshop expert. I know how to do all this stuff. You know what I mean? And what she did what they called a clone of the blue light in the back of her, where her waistline is. Okay? Because she knew that wasn't good. Okay? And maybe he did some corresponding with her, or maybe his fucking ass did it for her and sent it to her. Okay? But the truth of the matter is, this is the real picture. Okay? This is the real picture. Right here. You see his hands on her waist? You get what I'm saying? Now this was pointed out by House of Hypocrite. You get what I'm saying? But I think when I seen it, I said, well, that's really bad. Why did they do that? But why did they do it? They did it because it shows something inappropriate. Now he didn't catch it because he's not thinking that they but where's his hands at? Where's his arm at? I thought, because I did see that, I said, man, maybe this is weird, but he got his hands in his other hand in his pocket. But then I remember I got the real picture of this. I remember having a real picture of this, or seeing a real picture of this. So I went to go get it. Now check this out. I'm gonna put it side by side. Now look, Anton and Micca, we only doing this because you guys are judging people to the validity of them in their lives and their circumstances and what they doing. And hey, because we the elite and we get in our bag, we get to lie to you. We get to be fucking assholes. We get to do all kind of stuff that we want to do to give misdirection to you because you're too stupid to actually be able to correct us. You get what I'm saying? That's how Anti-Daniels and them speaking. Okay? I'm just moving this over just a second so you guys can see both of them side by side. Look. Okay? Look. So you got the picture with his fingers. You see his fingers on her butt, her waistline on her butt. She's comfortably putting her arms on them and stuff like that. And this is the second interview that she did for her show. That's a certain kind of formality, and like it's just inappropriate. It really is. You get what I'm saying? Especially if your wife is known to be a video vixen type of person, where she's desired by men, and her whole presentation is for massive men to desire her. This is what the real stuff is. You see his picture, if he's on the picture to the left, his hands right on her butt, on her waistline. and she airbrushed it, or he airbrushed it out. I gotta use it for her because she the one who provided the picture. It's rotoscoped, or like what they call cloned. That the blue light cloned her his hands off of her butt. But this is the real picture to the left. Why did they do that? Why did they do that? You get what I'm saying? Why did she do that? That ain't good for you. That's not a good narrative for you to have done that mock-up of the photo. But this is what I'm telling y'all. What it is, it's all presented to us. And it's just for us to be full of shit to act like we don't see it or we don't acknowledge it. You get what I'm saying? But you will never know how to command your life if you don't know how to call out what should be called out, and even have an independence to allow yourself to call it out. It's ridiculous. Go back to it.
Married man leaning on a single man, leaning on another man in a way that suggests, I'm feeling you, I like you. This is really some sort of.
Why do you think that says I'm feeling you?
Even if it.
Now her narrative, she looks at it as an innocent picture, and because she took out his fingers on her butt, on her waistline, she's kind of like justifying the picture because whatever salaciousness out is taken out of the photo. But just by gut, that he understands, you ain't supposed to be leaning on him like that. You're not supposed to put your hand on his shoulder to show that he's a masculine man, and you feel he's a masculine man of power. Because that pose that she has to put her hand on his shoulder shows, I got confidence and trust and security in you.
As I say, I'm feeling you. I don't want my wife.
Why do you think?
Yeah.
Why do you think that suggests that I'm feeling you? Because
okay, let's
hold on. The reason why I'm asking you, the reason why I'm asking you is I have tons of pictures of our former co-hosts.
Yep.
With the same lean, everything.
But here's the difference.
Hold on.
Yes.
And that person is also a male, all right? And we have a working relationship, and it's the same exact type of picture.
But here's the.
It's still inappropriate.
Disrespect.
It's still inappropriate.
This is a married man that you are physically leaning into.
I'm not leaning into.
That to me.
I'm not leaning into.
That's
to me,
ridiculous.
There's space there.
Here's my perspective of it. There's a gap between it, but I'm looking at how you have a smile on your face. This is just my perspective. Your eyes look seductive. Just my perspective. And your arm is relaxed on his upper shoulder.
Correct.
And I would never imagine a married woman leaning on a business male partner that way. That to me,
a business male partner.
That's if you were my wife, I would have a serious problem. My problem would be so.
A professional business partner that you said there's absolutely no friendship in it is very business orientated. Like he's telling her, he's actually having a conversation with her as a man in a man ideology, and that's good. She needs this.
I would never imagine a married woman leaning on a business male partner that way. That to me is inappropriate. That's if you were my wife, I would have a serious problem. My problem would be so serious, you would have to probably extinguish your contract with him.
Absolutely.
Just because.
Like, hey, obviously you even if y'all just met each other, that's how comfortable you were with him when you just met him. This is it. It's over. And it ain't about being jealous. It's just about like you got even like it's so bad that once she shows that she's interested in a possibility of something else besides her man, her husband, it's over. It's over, really. You get what I'm saying? And that's what women don't understand. Like, hey, y'all can throw us away in y'all head all y'all want. You get what I'm saying? Once we acknowledge it, so be it. So be it. We'll play the game with you until it all crumbles. But we're kind of there too. That's wild. Ours is forever. You're hoping that there's some way to respect or love or cherish or actually find some value in the guy that you would again. You leave a little essence of that. But no, we're done too. We're done too. That's crossing the line.
And I will also feel a little uncomfortable that this gentleman obviously did not either push you away or suggest that we shouldn't take this type of picture.
Right.
I never met your husband. I fly you out here once or twice. This is this may not be the first time. So which point was this? Not that it matters if it was the third time, the fourth time.
This is the second time.
Oh, goodness. The second time?
This is the second time I'm out there. Not the second time that I'm dealing with Anton.
Okay, so and it doesn't matter to me, but what's that gap between the first time you're there, he takes you to a business meeting at a basketball game, and you guys are sitting on the floor like you are
that we're working
a couple.
together? And it's not like that.
Well, that's not working together.
No, go back to what you just said.
Hold on, is that working together?
No, go back to what you just said.
Which part?
It's not that, no, you said a couple.
Well, pick one.
No, you said sitting on the floor like you are a couple.
Yeah, listen, I'm not.
But you're
she's so in defense, she think like, okay, I picked you so you can help me because you're one of my friends and you produce my show and that you're supposed to be on my side. I picked you to interview me and not make this hard for me to like take this narrative that I'm anti-side piece away. No, everything you doing on a day-to-day basis showed that you a side piece. So if he's gonna do not even investigative, if he's gonna do an interview where he puts the context of why people assume this, and then he uses the data that you give him to why people assume that you his side piece, and he say, that look like you his side piece. Yep, it look like you guys a little formal. Yep, and you keep saying, no, we had no only professional. The narrative is, remember, all I want you to do is say that he's my business acquaintance. Don't make it sound like we're got personal. But no, he's doing his journalistic work. She's pissed.
Micca.
No, you're interjecting your own thoughts, especially.
I'm giving you my perspective.
But your perspective is after I told you. So to put something else there.
Okay, I see. That's fair. Okay, so I think that's a fair point. I don't want to spin it. What I want to say is messaging, imagery is critical because imagery is messaging.
Correct.
And a lot of times on a jumbotron at a game, we often see couples, whether you're high up or you're on the floor. A lot of times when people are on the floor, you see.
Do you sit at the game?
Do I sit at the game?
Correct.
Yes.
Do you sit at the game on the floor?
I have.
No.
Like all she got is what she wants to say and what narrative she got out of her head. What is that? What's the point of that, you idiot? His point was, even in a jumbotron view on the upper level and the lower level, if a camera goes by a couple, they will see the people start to pass a judgment of what they think about those two people that's down there. Is that a couple? Is they married? What is they? Now, if your man is at home and he's watching a ball game and he sees his wife is on the floor with another man, you get what I'm saying? It's like, okay, wow, that's kind of wild. I don't want her out there representing the house with just solo with a guy. She don't care. She got a point of view. She got a narrative that she want to push.
All the time?
No.
Okay. All right. So who have you met at these games on the floor?
This is my show, not yours. I'm not answering the questions.
Oh, okay. And the reason
if I come on your show, then we can get into that.
However,
I'm
but
not
the reason I asked you is to give perspective, right? Yes. Because what I found, okay, because I'm usually in the skybox.
Yes.
When I'm here in DC, I'm in my box. I don't like to be down on the floor. That's not my thing.
Sure.
On the floor, there are family members there. They are some of those people. A lot of them are like business seats.
Yep.
So anybody from these law firms, offices, are down there on the floor.
Yep.
That I've never known who sits down on the floor because I don't care and I don't sit there, right? But by being there, I found out who was actually down there, family members, business partners, all of that. That's who I met.
Listen,
so hold on.
Yes.
So again, I'm not disputing your perspective as far as people that don't know.
Yeah.
Right? That's fair. But when you are in that world and you are in the know, and you know more than just the I would say the popular culture of who might sit down there, right? Because you might see your favorite rapper, things like that. But all those people that are sitting beside the rapper, you absolutely don't know why they're there.
But two married people shouldn't be sitting together without their spouses.
No. Now, see, and here we are again with you going back to something that's not, because you are essentially saying that I cannot do any business dealings with somebody that is in business because that person is married.
No,
because you're married. You can't. He's a man. He can do whatever he wants to get the bread, to be a provider, to be a protector, to be whatever he has to be to perform his duty as conquering the world. That is what a man's job is. His innate ability is conquering. We're so neutered that we don't even conquer. We don't look at everything as to destroy and conquer, because we want to be in a civilization where we're not always at each other's head. But that's our innate ability. That's what our innate function is that we are to conquer. But in order to coexist in civilization, some men have to subvert themselves. That's why you got failures in society, because men have decided, I'm not gonna conquer, destroy and conquer for my kingdom, for my home, for my family. I'm not going to do whatever it takes to destroy and conquer in order for us to have sovereignty. Men have decided to do that they have adopted greater man, greater value man, greater people that of an elite positioning or a more favorable positioning. We have adopted what is best for these people because we won't bring it. They bringing it to us. They're manipulating us. They taking the pieces of us on a day-to-day basis. They overpowering us. They're subjecting us to whatever they will that they feel that they must put on us, because whatever ideology or ideological point of view that they have, or grandeur idea they have, and we have subverted ourselves. So that's why you see normal men have normalcy, because they're not out there conquering and taking from every kingdom and taking over those kingdoms and multiplying their kingdoms, because we are civilized and we must coexist in a civilized function. But the civilized function and the civilization and the civilized rules of the civilized Homo sapien evolution is only favorable to the people that got the power, economically and physically. It's only favorable to them. So in that situation, when a woman is out there conducting herself as if she's some self-entity, that's all. No, you're not. And you should not be interacting in business with men. You go do some female shit. Go network with some females, with some women. They'll be a conduit to the power of their men, but you'll be a conduit to that power by communicating your will or your actual persuasion or what you're trying to get accomplished to the actual woman, the wife. You won't be interacting with the actual man. That's the problem. Women should not be in settings with men, ever, especially business.
What I'm saying is somebody who's never met your husband.
Because if I go out with you or anybody
and
else,
I met your husband.
Okay, but
the former host has met your husband.
We've already talked about that.
Yep.
But what I'm saying is, you're saying, because you don't know when you're looking at that picture. You don't know if he met him or not.
I know he hasn't met your husband. When I looked at that picture,
mm-hmm.
and maybe because I have inside knowledge.
Yeah, that's why.
That's why.
So my point is, you don't know.
But it does. I don't.
Yeah,
have
it's
to know
ridiculous.
That's inappropriate.
Like
Let me say this.
he's constantly trying to explain to her, you have done a overwhelming job, and you should not be walking away from this interview thinking that it's all right that every single business transaction, every single business meeting, every the business engagement, you need to run that stuff by your husband first. And when you actually interacting with a one-on-one client, you need to interact with your husband if he's flying you out in a culture that it's a flew out culture.
So my point is, you don't know.
But it does. I don't have.
So
Former host has met your husband.
We've already talked about that.
Yep.
But what I'm saying is, you're saying because you don't know. You don't know when you're looking at that picture. You don't know if you met him or not.
That's
I
crazy.
know he hasn't met your husband.
Absolutely.
When I looked at that picture, and maybe because I have,
and like and that's why, and it's a hard thing. I do it sometimes very seldomly because I know that it's bad. When you're so about to make your point that you make a point, but then you go to something else in order to try to make a person understand your point of view. You get what I'm saying? But Trump calls it the weaving. He knows how to come back to it and stuff. But sometimes people don't. They want to weave, but they actually forget to come back to the point that they want. And the point was that he said, "No, I know. When I look at that picture, I know that he hasn't met your husband. Because ain't no way in hell when a man meets another man and he knows who the man is and he has respect for the man and has respect for the union of the marriage and has respect for the actual situation that's going on there." He ain't gonna be doing no crazy stuff that will be having pictures around the house that look like somebody is lovey-dovey on his wife is lovey-dovey on another man. It ain't gonna be like that. But this ain't no picture you can find in the house. It's all over the internet. Ain't no way if you met me, man, you gonna disrespect me like that. That you'll have anything out there disrespect me. That you'll say anything out there that's what disrespect me. That you will interact with my wife in any way that's disrespectful.
Inside knowledge.
Yeah, that's why.
That's why.
So my point is, you don't know.
But it does. I don't have to know to know that that's inappropriate. Let me say this, and maybe you just don't see it. You can't see how this could be.
Oh, she can see it. She's trying to save her persona. She's trying to save her houses, her relationship, her marriage, but you his side chick, or you was his side chick, or you was some dumb girl out there whoring yourself out for stardom and celebrity and whatever. Now you're noticed. You want to be noticed? You're noticed.
That's not what I said.
Okay,
we just talked.
Okay, so do you see this as being inappropriate?
We just talked about what it can look like imagery-wise.
So let me ask you, forget the imagery. Is this inappropriate to you?
From my perspective, it wasn't, because that's not what I was doing. But I told you, I can understand why people might have thought that, but I literally did not have anything going on or anything, like there's nothing inappropriate going on. So me just leaning didn't seem like an issue to me.
Okay, so here's some hard questions I really, really need to ask you. First one is, it may not be as hard, but here it is. Are you going to continue working with Anton?
Well, I have not been on after hours since the whole incident happened.
That's not.
She hasn't been on the show. So show that you was on 2 times a week. You get what I'm saying? 3 times if sometimes she allows herself to do it. 2 times a week. You quit because Corey Holcomb said, "Hey man, don't bring no bitch here that you ain't gonna stand on." And like I told you, when you bring a bitch in here, explain the bitch. You get what I'm saying? And that gave the internet a narrative that Corey Holcomb dogged out Anton's side chick. Because she was there, she wasn't on camera. She was there, and she was never supposed to be on camera. She was there, she was never organized to be on camera. She was not a subject to the interview, so there was no purpose for her to be on camera. It would be just a throw-in that he would put him on camera, and he wanted to have an engaging conversation with just him and his panel and Anton, because that's the whole purpose of having him on the show. But for some reason, you got this random girl here sitting on the side, looking all awkward now because she's here, and she's not supposed to be here, but you want her on the show and try to throw her in at the last minute of the show, before we go on there. In that situation, she's like, well, 2 weeks ago, you said I was going to be on the show, and you knew that you didn't, like, 100% have the okay to put me on the show, and you took me to Corey Holcomb situation, and it made me look like a fool, and I got the whole internet talking about I'm your side chick. So now I'm not going to do the show. Why I'm not doing the show? Because whatever was going on between us, every little innuendo, every little comment that I let you do on your shows, on your platform, and how I presented myself, like there's something going on between me and you, and it got so out of control that I got so comfortable with you that it's perceived that I'm your side chick, and this ain't doing good for me in my marriage or in my persona. I'm thinking that for me, for Daris D. McKinney, okay, I think her husband don't even care. For some reason, it's not relevant to him how she's been perceived on the internet. The problem is it making him and his situation look crazy. So she's out there, she get exposure, and he think he could be an asshole, arrogant guy, thinking he could go all over the place and do fucking Instagram posting like he a woman. I'm talking about her husband. And that he could be like a little whore out there and like an Instagram vixen and stuff out there, and then they not gonna link them. So once they get linked and he gets his profile put on air, then he's pissed. And he's like, oh my God, they talk about my posting. You got all these different podcasters going to my Instagram, and they showing my Instagram on their stuff. Yeah. What you doing? Got your wife out there. You think the bigger she get, that we not gonna find out that she's actually married? Oh, you wanted to keep that a secret? You wanted to have your wife out there where it's for some reason you guys feel it's a validation for her to act like she's not married, and you okay with that? So what if she is married? That's what y'all should have thought of. You thought you guys could keep yourselves separate so much where y'all not even putting each other on each other's profile? That's wild. It's disrespectful to the kingdom. So now we got to try to figure out, what is this situation? What the hell? What is we stumbling into? So she comes out all this arrogant, going on Tasha K, going on Talk Perspective with Orlando Fox, and she tried to justify how incompetent are you guys to say I'm his side chick? What evidence did I ever make that I'm his side chick? It doesn't matter. Whatever it is, you disrespectful to your husband. So now we got to figure out, why is he allowing you to be out here like this? And what if people start to stop and say, what? Okay, let's analyze this stuff. How I'm going to give advice to my audience? How I'm going to talk to my audience about truthfulness and objectivity and analysis if I can't even analyze people I enjoy talk like watching and the show that, and I'm taking in what they say, and I'm thinking that they got substance to it, and they like objective people and stuff, and they always talk about, it's all about objectivity. I look at things as objectivity. You don't look at nothing as objectivity. You look at what you can manipulate. And you manipulate your audience, and now your audience is giving an objectivity on who the hell are we supporting here. Now, I told you guys in the beginning, I think Anton Daniels has a lot of substance to what he's doing, but you got to eat the meat and spit out the bones. He got a lot of shit that's required as bones, and you're not supposed to consume it. You're not supposed to digest it. That's why she's getting this. She getting this heat.
Answer my question.
I'm not finished.
Okay.
So I haven't been on After Hours since the incident happened. And I felt that, there were a lot of things that
she
I did not.
There's a lot of things that she let get out of control.
Like about everything that went on. So with that, I decided to pull away from the show. So no, I am not.
Is that a
That's
permanent
a no,
termination?
I am not.
Permanent termination?
Yes. I was only doing one show.
Okay, so you're no longer a part of it. Here's another very challenging question, but I have to ask you. I just have to ask you. Have you and Anton ever had sex?
No.
That he even got to ask you that, you fucked up. You messed up a long time ago. And don't be all justifiable and indignant. No.
No.
We don't care.
No.
Okay. We don't care what you say. You look crazy. Your dwarfism is showing.
Any sexual relations?
No. It's always been strictly professional. And that's...
Arrogance can get you in a lot of trouble, boy. Arrogance can get you in a lot of trouble, man. A lot of trouble. You got to put it out there. You know what I mean? In scenarios, we all kind of fall into situations where things are just not clean. It's just not pretty. And it's just like the journey of life. And people are misunderstood. And people, like, they really don't understand how much they need to fight for each other. You get what I'm saying? And you find that out, and sometimes you ride in the road and you feel violated and you feel like disrespected and you feel not valued, and you try to get that value. But her life, she had that. Her husband take great care of her. He makes sure that she got everything that she wants, and she's still arrogant and gotta have this little fantasy world of being Nicki Minaj. You're too old to be Nicki Minaj now. So stop trying to tempt us to be Nicki Minaj. You're not. You don't have that opportunity no more. You need to be a wife. That's the biggest and best you can do. Your husband has introduced you to so many powerful people. His day-to-day function, the people y'all live in the community with, you got powerful people in that community. You can network and all that stuff there, but you can't be no video vixen. You can't be shaking your ass. You can't be having your seduction. It's crazy. You put yourself in a situation where you are actually a correspondent, a news correspondent, but you wanted to be a news correspondent in a sexual video vixen girl. You messed up. You could have been further along. You cannot have that. Can't have stripper persona, video vixen persona, sexual persona out there while you're trying to be an astute field reporter, a journalist, a podcaster that's talking about the news. You can't. Because you got the persona of whore. That's the persona you got. I'm not calling you that. That's the persona you got out. And you're doing more of that work than you're doing the anchor woman or the news reporter or the field reporter. And now you want us to have respect to you as like a podcaster or a field reporter. Don't work that way.
Be professionally sexual.
Oh, I would know.
Well, that's
so
what I'm
again,
asking. Yeah.
It's always been strictly professional. Strictly professional. Like I said, Anton has a persona online.
Okay.
I get his persona online, but personally, Anton hasn't done that to me.
Okay. What happened between him and Corey Holcomb? Because the 5150 show...
I don't care about none of this. I don't even want to hear it.
From what we all
know it. And I gave you guys...
Did Corey invite you?
No.
Okay. This is a good point. Good point right here.
Again, here's another invitation, correct? It's another invitation from Anton.
We got to the studio and
let's back up a little.
Okay.
Again, here's another invitation, correct? It's another invitation from Anton. An invitation.
No. Well, no.
Did Corey invite you?
So she got like this is how ignorant she is. and how stupid she is. You got what you want to say in your head. You not listening to the question. It's another invitation, meaning that I got this event that I'm gonna bring you to, and show and introduce you on and all that other stuff. That is an introduction by you. Corey didn't call you.
Again, here's another invitation. Correct? It's another invitation from Anton. An invitation.
No. Well, no.
Corey, did Corey invite you?
No. So this is how this rolled out.
Sure.
So Anton decided to put together a podcast tour that he was going to do, and that he's still on, actually, that he was going to go to different locations. Cool. I am the only person on Anton's program that is an actual content creator, not a panelist, not a guest. I'm an actual content creator. So,
why are you the only one?
Because I'm the only one that wants to do content outside of Anton.
Are you the only beautiful one on his team?
That's subjective.
But
there's other pretty women there. But whatever you think, that's what you think. But there's other women.
Do you think you look better than his wife?
No, I'm not going to answer that question because that's just ridiculous.
I mean, again, these are things that were sent to me. People have said, "Can you please ask her how she?"
Yeah. See, you guys. Yeah, great. And then you think that's such an evasive conversation that he asked her about, like, do you think you look better than his wife and stuff? And they set the premise up like that. You get what I'm saying? Where? Let me see. Let me show you this. Let me show you. Maybe I can't find it right now. Man. Maybe I can't. Give me a second. Yeah, I wish I could find it, but no, don't worry about it. I'll get it. But actually, Tasha K, she asked Anton if Micca wasn't as pretty as she is, do you think that you would have hired her? Like, you wouldn't have hired her if she wasn't as pretty as she was. And Anton said, no, if she was ugly. No, he asked her if Micca was ugly, would you have hired her? He said, hell nah. That's what he said. So she said, would you hire her because of how she looked? He like, yeah, absolutely. So keep that in mind while you're listening to her talk this shit.
Why would I answer that? Why would I subject another woman to answering something that is absolutely insane?
But fair enough. Go ahead.
And it's disrespectful.
And that picture was disrespectful.
But she was there.
She was there at the second one?
Yes.
That second picture?
Yes.
Did she take the picture of you leaning on her husband?
I sent you the video. Why play that?
I'll show that video when she was sitting on his lap.
And what were we doing in the video?
I think I saw you in the back, and maybe y'all were doing a show or something.
Yeah, we were doing an after-hour show.
And he told his wife to come on over and sit down. But I think you're using that isolated.
No, that's not isolated. That was the entire day. So
no, I mean isolated your history with him.
No.
Okay.
That the only one that she has that she wasn't at was the first one at the game. Outside of that, Rita is there. Now, I'm not in charge of her schedule.
And that's even scarier.
She's there most of the time, which is
I just think it's scarier if a wife,
of the
but
time.
I don't know her. I haven't spoken with her.
She does a lot of the business dealing. She does the emails. She does the scheduling because she actually scheduled my flight.
Sure.
She does those. So Anton is not the person that actually does it. He has an assistant, but a lot of the times his wife does it.
Yeah. And you do have husband-wife business partners. Yeah.
Tons of them.
Yeah. And sometimes those individuals, wife or husband, can be accepting of different arrangements.
Okay, but what does that have to do with me? My arrangement is business and personal.
Right, that's what I mean.
Personal.
That's what I mean, that arrangement, yeah.
So, no, No, it's not an arrangement. It's an actual business.
No, it's an arrangement
words
by
matter.
a contract.
Words matter.
Yeah.
And the
I'm very
concept-
fastidious when it comes to
I know.
words.
And and you're also a fast talker. So I pick up on it.
I'm not that fast.
You fast, but I listen.
Sure.
However, no, she does a lot of the booking, so she knows who's coming in and out and things like that. But like I said, that last one that we were just talking about, she was there the entire time. That's why in the video I sent you, she just came on in. She had been sitting there. They don't not only not agree on political things. They don't agree on certain values.
But what's the issue? Because it seems like Corey doesn't like that. But in the urban black community, you can't say to another man, suck something.
It was warranted how both of them went. I can accept an apology. I can accept somebody saying a wrong. Other females in the studio.
Yeah.
So I didn't like that.
I had said one more time what Corey told him not to say. For some reason, I thought, wow, he may punch him. But then I was disappointed to see two black men.
I didn't like.
Yeah, he would have had, like, Corey didn't jump and he caught himself as much as Anton Daniels caught himself, and he wanted to take it off camera to not mess up the pro platform. I think they both had that thought process. But Corey put himself in a position where if he went in front of Anton's face and he told him, say it again, say I suck dick again and stuff. And if Anton said it, I 100% believe no matter what, I do feel like Corey got enough gusto, he would have punched him. He would have never, and Anton knew it too. That's why he never said it one more time. He would at least that's why you guys got to understand all the stuff that they say afterwards to play Monday quarterbacking and stuff, and aftermath communication on who's braver and who's realer and who's tougher and who, all that stuff is all subjective. All that stuff is subjective. It has no facts to it. It's all perception of what data they're trying to grab to make it look to feasible for them. The truth of the matter is, Anton Daniels didn't mind going off camera and going to the thing because he would have known, like, if I go off camera and we go in the back, we gotta fight this out, or at least we gotta be able to toughen this out, and I will have to carry on with a fight with him because he did honorably come out here in the back and take and if he feel like he wanted to fight me out, he did it. So he would have fought with him in the back. But absolutely 100%, if Anton said, man, you suck dick, when Corey asked him, say it again, say one more time that I suck dick. If Anton said it right then and there, it would have been over. He would have hit him. They would have been fighting on camera for real. It would have been unavoidable. Because I promise you, Corey got enough gusto in him. I don't know him. I got a personal knowledge of him, but I know men and I know cause and effect. He would have absolutely hit him. And whatever happened, happened. It would have absolutely happened 100%. So both of them have a situation where they caught themselves and they retracted themselves because they didn't want to mess up their platform. They didn't want to mess up the money that they're making or just the business that they have. And they both gave each other opportunity to physically get engaged with each other. So that's the truth.
I didn't like it either.
I didn't like it. One, because there were.
But I don't want to hear everything they talk about this because I went over this already.
Other and a wrongdoing. I accept people make mistakes, and I'm not putting that above anything. But I understand what that show is now. And so I don't think I fit, the audience too much. And I don't think, I would provide any value.
And that's after the situation of him calling her a bitch and all the other stuff. But she used to watch it. She went to his shows when he came to town and all that stuff. So the culture of Corey Holcomb, Micca was very supportive of it. You get what I'm saying? And he is not like he's just saying this crazy stuff right now. He called bitches all kind of stuff and women out of their name and everything. He does that all the time. All the time. And always part of his brand. So it's just that she's integrated in it, and you know, come on, you a little bit more ratchet with your intake of content.
What is it that you want people to walk away with today? What truth do you want people to walk away with, and what more do you want to say about all of what we discussed today? Anton, Corey, your business relationship, your husband. We've touched on so many categories. So let's start with the first one. What truth do you want people to walk away with?
Not what truth. There's only the truth.
Sure.
The truth, really, honestly, is that there are lessons. There are.
Oh, this is good. I love lessons. What's the lesson that you extracted from this experience? Because your life was speaking to you. Do you understand that?
I learned a valuable lesson. You know, outside of your wordsmithing,
well,
outside of your wordsmithing, I do think you know, it is important for your spouse to meet everybody. Right.
Thank God we made progress.
Oh no, I wasn't ever, you know, not agreeing with you.
Sure.
I just still wanted you to understand that there wasn't anything nefarious there.
Yeah.
Don't care. You're not a representative of yourself. You got a husband. Your purpose, your value, your meaning, your essence. You don't really have an identity without your husband. So act like that, you won't get yourself in this kind of stuff.
On whose part?
Or be ready for the consequences of trying to separate. Because even if your husband is okay with this stuff, he don't understand that, well, he didn't understand. He understands now, I'm pretty fucking sure. That cause and effect will happen. And the cause and effect is, you got to acknowledge, are y'all married or not? Or do y'all got something, a protection relationship or not? What are you guys doing? What are you guys trying to do to the public? What are you trying to do to civilization that you think that this is all fun and games?
On
yours, because you can't speak for anyone else.
Correct.
Yes.
But so I didn't want that to be misconstrued in what you were.
Let's go to her husband, because I got, you know, I want to wrap this up, but you know, in the last few minutes and stuff like that. But I gotta take you into this, okay?
So the more you scroll through her IG, the more you begin to see that she, you know, has a thing where, you know, she's photographed with a couple of rappers and all this kind of stuff. And what I did notice, and we're going to get to it and show it to you, right? The way that she photographs with men definitely is not the same way that her husband photographs with others. See, her husband takes a photograph that looks very, very neutral. Let me show you what I mean. Okay. So with her, this is her IG. Let me just put it up here. You guys have probably seen it, right?
This is the sky.
Sorry about the commercials.
And you know, this is a look at me type of situation, right? I get it. You know what I'm saying? She's in media. She's very, very pretty. You're definitely supposed to use every part of who you are in order to maintain some sort of celebrity with people or whatever. But we as women know that conservative women are not specifically trying to play up sexuality, not trying to play up being sexual and all this kind of stuff. But this conservative woman is.
Yeah, okay? Crazy.
So we keep on scrolling. So she's taking pictures with the fellas, right? She's doing a lot of interviews and all this kind of stuff. Like, this is her with Salt Bae, which there's nothing wrong with that or whatever. But
Nah,
we
it
keep
is.
scrolling, especially if we go to, her YouTube or whatever. She don't mind being hugged up, boobs on a nigga, and all
That's
this kind
crazy. Hold on a second. Hey, we thank Nayla says for this little coverage that she's doing to expose the two. You get what I'm saying? But this is wild, dude. Wild stuff, man.
But this conservative woman is.
Yeah.
Okay. So we keep on scrolling. So she's taking pictures with the fellas, right? She's doing a lot of interviews and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, this is wild stuff, man. Yeah, no.
Like, this is her with Salt Bay, which, there's nothing wrong with that or whatever. But we keep scrolling, especially if we go to, her YouTube or whatever.
Look at this with CeeLo. Look at her. He's sitting down and she got her breast showing in between her shirt. Like, this is wild stuff. And look at this. Look at this. This Akon to the left. And he almost touching her breast. Got his hands around her waistline and everything. Yeah, nah.
She don't mind being hugged up, boobs on a nigga, and all this kind of stuff. There she is with Gotti.
Yeah, Gotti and stuff. Wow, boy. Yeah, she like that Hollywood stuff. It's hard to be a wife in that stuff, man. But at the same time, you gotta have a husband like she got that he don't care about none of that stuff. He don't take it personal and stuff like that.
Just the regular stuff. But this is what I want you to notice, y'all. There's a difference between how she photographs with.
I'm gonna blur it just a little bit. I'm not doing it for any specific purposes. I like literally when they start showing her husband, I just don't care really. But I'm just trying to show a little grace there, and stuff like that. So it just won't be so brutal. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna let her go on him, but I don't care. We don't owe him no grace on exposure or what they call doxing and stuff. But I'm not gonna sit here and not let the audience have the full objective to why I'm grilling her on all the other stuff and just the crazy like purgatory and contradiction that they public persona is to what they want on their personal persona. You deserve what you put out there.
Others and how she photographs with Anton. Notice the photographs with Anton, like this one, she's on him.
Yeah.
This banner is in the way, but he's got his hand on the small of her back. She lays up on him.
Yep, I already showed you guys that.
Really, really interesting. But anyway, shout out to the new members and the gifts. Honeydew Brown Girl Alive, thank you for gifting. And D. Ophelia, darling, thank you for joining. And Latasha McLean, baby, welcome to the Vibers. Drop your blue gavel, baby, because what? We're in a relationship, baby. Okay. So now we're going to go ahead and get into it. Okay. Shout out to Leela on the Cash App. I definitely appreciate it. Leela says, show us what we came to see. I got you, baby. I got you. All right. Miami Heat, Vinny Carter says, do we think that Anton is hitting that? Baby, I think Anton is tearing that ass out the frame if he can. Okay, if he can. In between him needing
I don't think so. I don't
insulin and high blood pressure medicine, allegedly, he's tearing that ass up.
I don't think so. I'm not gonna take that narrative on that, but that's funny. But I also think that they so disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? It's just, not in the best likeness of it all. You get what I'm saying? So I'm trying to blur it a little bit more, but I don't think I can. Yeah, I think this is as much as I can blur it. That's that. Okay, let's go.
Okay, any chance he get. Amen. Okay. So without further ado, y'all ready to see him or not? Y'all ready to see the husband? Y'all ready to see the mystery man that's not white? The man that she has been hiding?
I don't know what the hell that commercial about. Jeez. A black man throwing women out the plane. That's pretty wild.
Mixed martial arts fighter.
And I may blur it out in post production again, but I'm going ahead.
He also does personal training. He also has a media company. Mixed martial arts fighter. He also does personal training. He also has a media company. It seems I believe
Meaning that he's physical and he actually knows tactical stuff to whoop Anton's ass. Why the hell you got your wife out here like this, dog? You know what I'm saying? What's up with that?
he's also a vet, but actually he seems like a really good guy. He's with his daughter a lot. Takes a lot of videos. I haven't seen any videos with Micca and their daughter, but Mr. Eric is always with his daughter and doing stuff with her and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, he's quite he's quite fit. Okay, he's quite fit. And you know what, Aaliyah, let's go to his page and show the girls. Okay. Now, do y'all think that let me remove this and pull this up here. Okay, so this is his social media, y'all.
Look at that.
Okay, so this is him in Dubai.
Yeah,
And
traveling
we've
to
seen
Dubai.
several photographs of him in
You know what I'm saying? Like he got a hell of a persona. He got a hell of a lifestyle. He doing private jets. He doing like high end Porsches and Ferraris. Wearing Fendi clothes. He got economic and he got good position and stuff in his life. He's 4th degree black belt because he got his belt on the thing to show the layer of black belt he is. All that stuff. They like, dude, the guy got position. What is she doing out there?
That's him and his mom.
Clout chasing, and her husband got clout. You get what I'm saying?
We didn't want to show baby girl. We don't want to show the girl. Don't want to show
You know
baby
what I'm
girl.
saying?
But look, is she a beard? I don't know.
And I didn't know what the hell was a beard. I'm like, what the hell is that? And then somebody was talking about what she said, and they said a beard is a wife that gives covering for a bisexual. So the husband is a bisexual or he's gay, but he has a wife to play off to the society and his bosses and the pretty much the system that he's like a traditional husband and stuff like that, but really his desire is the same sex or something like that. So that's what a beard is. I didn't know what that meant, but I heard somebody explain it, and that's crazy. So that's how wild it is, y'all.
I don't know, y'all. I don't know if this is lavender or not.
And lavender is some kind of speak about like a bisexual relationship or something like that. It means like gay lifestyle that the husband is and stuff, and it's just a front that he has his wife. I don't think it's that. I think it's no way. But I don't know why you got your wife out there like that, dude.
What in the hell would make this man be okay with Micca out here embarrassing him like this?
That's what I'm saying. He out there.
What would make him be okay?
Mm-hmm.
Just add it to the stage whenever you want to, Aaliyah. What? I don't know. I don't know what would make him be okay, because like I don't know a man that wants to be embarrassed that way. Okay.
I think that's enough, so you kind of see somewhat of who her husband is and stuff like that. Let's go back to the interview and let's wrap this up because we got Tasha K interview with her and Ed Todd Daniels. I'm gonna try to do that in one sitting and stuff like that, but this is ridiculous.
Asking.
Sure.
But I do think it's important because, if and not that he would even be online talk, because he's not going to do that.
Sure.
But just to be able to have that sense of if something like this happens, you understand.
And again, I'll go back to Nayla Says. Thank her again for her commentary. I got her in the descriptions at the bottom and stuff like that. So you can look her up. Nayla Says. Okay. Thank her for her deep dive. She was the real true first one that really chased it down who he was. Nobody had it before her. Nobody. She was the first one.
Other people can have an understanding that, that person definitely knows what's going on, even though he does. Absolutely. I've told him this, that, and third goes on. This is what we're doing. This is the paperwork with this, blah, 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 whatever. But when you have somebody, like you or others that are asking questions, I don't have to try to defend something that isn't happening, that absolutely isn't happening. And so I think the best way to put it is not having to make something a thing when it's not a thing. And not having to have things appear a way. Because I can tell you in each one of those pictures, that's literally just chilling
and
the
most
entire time.
And most importantly, if I can impose, most importantly, making your family a priority, making your husband
my family is definitely important.
No, your career is your priority. It means a lot to you that you were willing to mess up your character, mess up your identity, mess up your persona as a wife to get out there and do ignorant media stuff. You don't say that. He's telling you what your place is as a Christian woman, but you're going over it again and you just want to jump in with your comments and stuff and you're not taking it. You don't have an identity secondary, principle to your actual family. It's your husband, whatever he has a value for you for, then it's your your family, then it's God. Okay? To your husband is God, his family, and then his wife. His wife, and then it's his family. That's how it is. I'll say it again. And this is y'all stuff. Y'all supposed to know this if you're great Christians and conservatives and all that other bullshit. This is the order. For a woman, the most important thing, the number one thing for her is her man. Second is her family. Third is God. Okay? Or I may be wrong. You may, because obviously family is irrelevant to the order of God. So it may be your man, God, then your family. That's for a woman. Your most important thing is your man, God, and then your family. The most important thing to a man is God, his wife, and then, his God, for a man is God, his wife, and then his family. That's how it is. That's the order of it. So meaning that his purpose with God, his value with God is number one. It's primary, his purpose. Then then his wife, and then his family. For a woman, it's the purpose of the man. whatever his purpose is, whatever he's doing, whatever his ideology is, that's what's important. Then it's God, then it's family. That's the way it is. That's for you Christians out there. You know what I'm saying? Bloviating all this Christian stuff and y'all act like y'all for it. That's how it is. Don't tell me, don't get indignant about how wild you are out here and now the whole world calling you a side piece.
Well, again, we're talking about imagery. The public doesn't know behind the scenes. You're a public figure. You do a show, I do a show, you put things out there, and you have to be responsible for the images that you put out, but also the images that you are participating in.
Absolutely.
And be a very conscious, clear, and very divine woman who walks with the knowledge of knowing that any man that you deal with as a married woman should meet your husband if it's a contractual ongoing relationship. It doesn't mean that some new guy starts working at the job, your husband needs to know. No, but if you're doing business and if this person you're opening your life up to, you're flying somewhere, God forbid you could have flown somewhere and that would have been your last flight.
Well, I mean, that can happen regardless whether my husband
jeez.
Yeah, but it's critical.
She ain't getting it,
to
man.
have your husband an integral part of your decisions when you're out here making them.
And he's still, and my husband's very much a part of my decisions because again, I don't move, and that's I have to explain to my husband where I'm going. I don't get to just get up and go.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And so that's always there. But what I'm talking about, one, the public wouldn't even know whether I did or didn't.
Yeah.
So me giving you this interview and telling you that it's something that the public would never even know.
Yeah. But let's remove the public thinking for a second and just perhaps think about maybe how your husband felt. I couldn't.
I can't. I'm not going to speculate how.
Well, let me ask you this: do you think all the images plastered all over social media, he felt good?
I'm not going to do that either.
You're not going to do what?
I'm not going to say what my husband felt like. My husband's
did you and your husband have a conversation?
Figure, so I'm not going to.
Right, I'm right, but I'm just saying, did you and your husband have a conversation about what he was exposed to? He sees images on social media.
Oh, you mean okay? So are you talking about this incident?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, now go ahead and answer the question.
So what I'm saying is, when your husband sees these images, what I'm saying is, it's not important what the public sees or thinks, but it's perhaps what your husband and your family feel when they open up YouTube.
So those pictures have been sitting there for a year.
Well, not just those pictures. I'm just saying the most recent thing when you went.
She's so stupid. you got stuff coming out that wasn't part of the equation, and it's a part of the equation now. You stupid, man.
With Anton to Corey's show, and things was just, there was a recent conversation about you being the side chick. So
so that's what you're talking about. Because the images are not.
Yeah, but those images corroborated. But those images corroborated a narrative that people wanted to put out there.
That they
had something to use.
Well, they have. You can, let me phrase it this way. You can use whatever you want to create a narrative, but again, those images have been on my Instagram for over a year.
And that's a beef I had with you. Why is this man on your Instagram and not your husband?
So I don't want to put that in.
Okay. But do you understand?
Because then that pulled me to pulling his mindset in, and he's not sitting here talking.
Okay, that's fair.
What? Okay, we gonna vet this.
Okay. But do you understand?
Because then that pulled me to pulling his mindset in.
Is she speaking another language? Oh, put the closed caption on here.
Oh. But no other males. So these are the takeaways.
To pulling his mindset in. So I don't want to put that in.
Okay.
Because
But do you
then
understand?
that pulls me to pulling his mindset in.
Okay. That's interesting. Fuck it. Like the closed caption was able to catch that.
Again, those images have been on my Instagram for over a year.
And that's a beef I had with you. Why is this man on your Instagram and not your husband?
So I don't want to put that in.
Okay.
I don't want to put that in.
Because.
But do you understand?
That pulled me.
Pulled me. Pulling his
mindset in.
To put his mindset in. Okay. So she said that would make me have to put in his mindset in. So it's him saying, don't put me on your social media. Why would he want to be on his social media? And wow. That's so interesting. I don't know what that means. Because he's on social media on the boats showing that is in the pool, in the boat, in Dubai. He's doing like muscle stuff. He got like his cars and he's doing workouts videos and he's doing all kind of stuff to put his profile out there. And like, just like how she was on hers and stuff. Why you don't have and he didn't have his wife on his platform. He had his daughter on, but he didn't have his wife on. So why did he want to put her in his platform, and what's his mindset? So now we got to analyze what possibly could be his mindset that he doesn't want to have his wife on his social media and she doesn't have him on the social media. But the reason why she don't have him on the social media is because his mindset is that he don't want to be on her social media and he doesn't want her on his social media. He don't want to be on her social media and he doesn't want her on his social media. And that's his mindset. Why is that his mindset? Let's go back to we're gonna get a little messy. Let's go back to Miss sorry. We'll have that blurred. My fault. Sorry. Let me go back. Sorry. Too late now. I gotta try to blur this out. Where's that? Oh, it's off. Okay. My fault. Okay. Let's go back to what she said. And I'll blur it out earlier.
I'm gonna remove this and you could just add it. Let me see. I'm gonna add this. Okay. So yeah, this is him, and let me see. This was his 44th birthday, and this was like over a year because I think he's like 45 now or something like that. But they both, like I said, have done an excellent job of hiding their relationship. Oh, and I didn't get any pictures or any private, social medias. Everything that I'm showing is absolutely publicly posted. And they just didn't do a good job of covering their tracks. You know what I'm saying? And this is,
And he's really desired by some women and stuff like that. And he got all those women making comments to him and stuff. So I got his options.
This is what happens. You know what I'm saying? This is what happens. So Love Breeze says, is he bisexual or I don't know, but I would say this though.
Homeowners.
Sorry about the commercials. Ridiculous.
He definitely It's got to be something. Like, I don't know if this is a weak Negro. I don't know if it's lavender. I don't know if it's an open marriage. But when y'all ever seen a man that actually cares about his wife, that would actually allow her to carry on the way that she carries on with another man, especially publicly? Okay. Good Judy says, you can go ahead and switch whenever you want to, Leah. Good Judy says, I think they're trying to find a reason as to why she would cheat on him with Anton. I don't know. It does not make sense. And it's like, why would you want to embarrass your husband? Like, why would you?
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? She said maybe it's fake.
Saudi Arabia and all kind of
I
stuff.
don't know. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. But he's absolutely Muslim. There's a lot of he, like, even here is where he's at the mosque during Ramadan. Okay. You know, and it's just I don't know, honey.
The crazy part about it is it's like 101 weeks, so he hasn't really been on the platform for too long. Let me go back to see, like, when was this stuff? Okay, 63 weeks, so that was last year. 100 and something weeks and stuff. This is November 30th, 2024. You get what I'm saying? So it's 2 years ago and stuff. So it's like wild stuff. So maybe you don't got a lot on this profile. You know what I mean? Yeah, because this is all 2024.
So she's Christian?
He look like a guy that could take care of himself, especially from being tactical, martial art expert and stuff, and he gun expert and all that stuff. You know, so I don't get it.
Oh, I didn't know she was Christian. See, I don't know anything about her. He is living his best life. Definitely living his best life. What is it?
Yeah, this is all in 2024. So that must be some recent stuff. Okay, look, I gotta blur him out later. Well, let's go.
And he's not sitting here talking.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. But no other males. So these are the takeaways. Mm-hmm. No males on your Instagram.
Well, I wasn't finished. So,
okay.
We have the lessons.
Yes.
And we have.
So what was the first lesson again you said you got from this?
Oh, just being, so what the takeaways are: first, lessons. Understanding that even though this is all business, this is above board, the public may perceive something a certain way, and you just have to be aware of how they may perceive it, even if it's not that.
Correct.
So not to give the public something to make a thing when it's not a thing, and having to defend a lie, because now when people ask me a question about that situation, it's to defend something that absolutely never happened.
Yeah.
And you cannot defend a lie.
What's the next takeaway?
The next takeaway is just to make sure that it's everything is contractual, right? So even though if me and you
She's so stupid. I'm sorry, Micca. You just wow. All this other stuff you've been doing, you're saying exactly the same thing that you've been doing, except making sure whatever's going on with you and your husband and how you represent him, that's got to be handled better.
Or my manager, just to make sure everything is contractual, even with the third party.
Next takeaway. If there's a next, I don't want to just line them up for you.
No.
That's it.
Opposite of that, it's just honestly, I think just overall, just to make sure that you're just not giving people things that they think are going on, not to let stuff linger, because I'm a very private person.
No, you're not.
That's the Pisces in us.
Yeah, I'm a very private person, and again, I'm not doing anything nefarious. And so sometimes when I hear things, I'll say, okay, well, people are gonna just talk. I don't give life to it because it's not.
Yeah, I don't even know when you cross the line or when it's evident that you cross the line. I don't even think you even know that, really, truthfully.
Do you like a little bit of the attention?
I've always got attention.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
No, I've always got.
That's not what I'm asking.
No. I've always got.
You can't modify my question. This is called perspective. It's my perspective.
And this is my perspective of your answer.
Okay, this is what I had to go through being her executive producer, y'all. This is what I had to go through.
So, the attention from the negative stuff, absolutely.
No. Do you like attention from men?
No.
Okay.
I like attention to what I'm doing.
Are you happily married?
I'm definitely happily married.
Are you bored in your marriage?
No.
Okay. Just people, you wanted me to ask the questions.
They want you to be messy.
No. Listen.
Let's call it a thing. They want you to be messy. They want you to, hold on, this is the internet. They want you to be messy. They want you to be all in my business, and they want you to get something out of me that isn't there. I don't have a problem.
That's fair.
I don't have a problem in my marriage. Most of y'all didn't even know I was married because this is why. And two, outside of entertainment, just like your girl Beyonce, it's none of your damn business.
Yeah, she keeps it tight seal.
Try to, at least before the elevator.
Yeah.
But my point is the general public is only, with anybody that's in the public, is only preview to what you let them know. Now, a lot of them want to dig.
Yeah, but a lot of them want to dig to know if they're accurate or not.
A lot of them want to, find something salacious, this and that. That's fine because people like drama. But
what do you think?
Yeah, nobody like drama. Nobody wants to spend hours talking about this stuff. The matter of it is like, is the manipulation been evident? So it's almost like how it's the world wants to, and really the people that's behind wanting the Epstein files release are more political conspiracy theorists and anarchists want to see is like Epstein get connected as a spy for Israel. That's what they kind of going for. That's all they care about. That's all their mindset is. And they doing whatever they can to get the information. And if the information doesn't have it, they'll try to construe certain dots to connect to make it look like it is. I don't know if it is or not. We're going to do a deep dive that's extremely objective. So I'll be bringing that to you guys. But it's like that when it comes to the internet. If you're communicating something and you're giving off recommendations or philosophies or whatever, and it shows that you might not be really living it, people would search that out. Are they been a fool listening to you? Are they been a fool listening to anybody? And that search and that hunt is for, what is the truth? What am I listening to here? Who is this person? And are they true value, and what do they truly believe? And it's like the Bible. The reason why people can't connect is because they got to try to find something real about it, something that they can actually feel and touch and say that shows evidence of most of the stuff in the Bible is true and it's literal instead of philosophical and in a fiction narrative or something. So that's what people look at in relationships, and even in dissecting Anton Daniels or anybody else. They looking to see, did you just lie to me? What's the truth here? Who are you? Most people, when they first see you and they start listening to you or watching a podcast or something like that, they just kind of want to, they take it as just the facts. It's the truth. It's what it is. And then you start doing certain things. You start being bloviating, or you've been arrogant or something like that. And it makes them have to awaken to what you just said. And then if they see some contradiction going on or some kind of instability in what you're communicating, then they start to see, okay, did I just miss something? Or did you just show a little bit that you're full of shit or that you're not real? So now they got to vet themselves, and they got to find out how truthful you are, how real you are. And that may snowball into stuff you don't want them to analyze.
It was embarrassing to your husband?
To do what?
No, not to do anything. Do you think the
headline?
the memes, the headlines?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was embarrassing to me because it wasn't true.
Yeah. Did he express to you how he felt?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And again, it was embarrassing to me because it wasn't true.
What did he say?
I mean,
about how he felt.
He didn't like it, and I didn't like it.
Yeah.
And
is that the reason why you walked away from the show with Anton?
No.
What was that reason? We're going to close this out. What was that reason why you walked away?
No, the reason why I chose to walk away is one, it wasn't true, but I don't need.
What was it true? The side chick?
Yes.
Okay.
The headline wasn't true. It was, and Corey said this out of his own mouth. I was just trying to get at he called him the N-word.
Sure.
And I understood it. I was the person caught in between, the casualty, whatever. But when somebody of that caliber says something, and the general public doesn't know much about you, they can create all types of narratives.
Yep.
And so because they don't know much about me, and they know Anton, he can get up on a platform and say, well, this is what it is, and so on and so on. When Anton spoke the next day, which was fine, because it had just happened. But when he spoke the next day, he was, so hype and boisterous from, what was happening with him, that he didn't properly address what had happened to me. And being that I wasn't on camera, I didn't have a voice. And so I depended on the person that I trust to be my voice.
Advocate, yep.
And also, being that you are on a big platform, everybody, for the most part, knows Anton.
Yeah.
So,
and Anton was, man, he was enjoying, oh man, I'm gonna make $1 million off of Corey Holcomb. This man gonna make me $1 million, and this the best way this could happen for me. This the best thing that could happen. And I'm talking about weeks. Until he did Tasha K thing, you never heard him talk about what happened to Micca, which maybe I'm a week behind in his conversation. Maybe he mentioned her, but that's the first time I ever heard him talk about it. But he was enjoying it. And so, she like, hey, they calling me a whore. They calling me your side piece. Say something.
When you go to, it's either you don't speak about it or you speak about it. And when he went to speak about it
fully.
He didn't advocate. He only still boistered towards whatever Corey had to say. And I get the boistering, but my advocation should have been first.
How did you inform him you were done with the show?
Well,
did you call him or email or?
Well, again, I had to process it first. because again, I had never been involved in something that's everywhere like that. And on top of that, it's a lie.
Yep.
And so I had to process how I want.
Keep talking about it's a lie and stuff, and really doesn't matter if you feel like it's a lie or not. Do people even believe you when you say that it's a lie? That's the problem. It doesn't matter what you say if people don't believe it.
To move forward with that, but I called Anton and I spoke to him like I would do when we have any other business dealings.
Sure.
And I told him how I felt, like I'm telling you right now, about, you know, avocation and things like that. And from that point on, you know, he called, you know, well, I'm gonna see how you know, how you doing with it and such and such. But I just came to a point where I know that certain things aren't going to change because that's his platform, and I wouldn't want somebody to change their platform.
So how did he handle it? Was he just like, okay, if that's your decision, I respect it?
That's exactly what he said.
Okay.
Almost to the T.
Yep.
But
because it's about the bag. You know what I mean? You never let a woman mess up the bag. That's what I always say. Never like minimize your bag or let some woman get in between you and your bag. So whatever happens to you, whatever the fallout of it is, I don't care if it's about my bag. And I'm not gonna add anything to it to hurt the bag. You get what I'm saying? You always say this.
He understood because.
Will you all remain friends? You're not working together. Will you remain in contact, rather?
Will we remain cordial?
Will you remain in contact with each other?
No, we never had a relationship where he's just calling me just to call, just like we don't.
Yes, he was. And we're going to go through this on Tasha K and all this stuff. She's still lying. It's ridiculous. There's alternative conversation to what you're saying. And if you guys can't even get your lie together, then that's bad.
Go out and chill, just to chill.
But he can send you a message on a DM. Like, is he blocked?
No.
So he's not blocked. Okay.
No, he's not.
So he still has access. If he wanted to reach you, he has access.
He's not blocked. He's not blocked.
Yeah.
Because there isn't. I don't have a disdain or something like
Correct.
that for anything he does. And
you just ended your contract.
We just ended the business relationship that we had.
Okay.
And I'm not interested in bashing Anton, and I'm not taking away from what Anton.
Your situation bashes him. It's better not to say nothing at all. But now that you said something, we're putting it on the record.
Did on the side that helped me with my journey, but everything has a season.
Yep.
And I think just ours have come to an end because at this juncture, I can't trust that you'll advocate for me being the, I was under your covering at the time. And that's what, I have to have in somebody that's a business partner, that's doing, my management or bookings, anything.
And he's never met your husband.
Well,
absolutely.
I don't want to leave that out. I know you lined up everything else, but we need to always keep that a part of your lineup.
And he shouldn't even be your manager without doing that. He need to come to he need to have dinner with y'all, sit down, have dinner, just plenty of time that y'all have. For some reason, he didn't want to meet him. And I don't know if it's the husband don't even want to meet him either, but it's just ridiculous. It's trifling.
Well,
doing business with anybody, they need, particularly male, they need to meet your husband. Because as men...
I already, that was my first thing. That was in the lesson.
Okay, well...
I addressed that already.
Okay, maybe I wasn't just listening as thorough, because I wanted to... I just wanted to...
You did, because you went on your... See, I listened to you. Okay. But that was the first thing I said.
Your husband is my boy. He's a really nice guy, and I want to make sure.
He's met everybody, but this is the first person that I've actually done business with that was strictly out of town.
Okay.
So again, that was a different dynamic. But again, like I said, I learned a lesson from it to either, I don't know, he has to fly, or the person I'm doing business with has to fly in so they can cordially meet face to
No,
face.
the person needs to fly in to meet your husband.
No, I'm saying if I'm going out, maybe
sure.
he flies. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
He flies, or the other person can fly in, and then they can cordially meet together in person.
So
But
sad.
Okay. Well,
that's where,
Well, I want to thank you for doing this interview. I think you did a fantastic job. I
No,
put
you didn't.
under the heat.
No, I didn't. You didn't do a good job. This is ridiculous.
I pushed back. You pushed back. You was poised, and I appreciate your posture and wanting to make sure that you gave clarity to what the world
Absolutely.
and everybody else out there either want to believe, wish to believe, but you were here to annihilate all those negative beliefs. And I think you did it with class. So
Thank you.
I want to, again, thank you, and I appreciate you for coming on. Look, everybody has a perspective, and I often say, what's yours? So in order for me to know what's your perspective, go like, comment, subscribe, share, and I can't wait to hear from you guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you.
Okay. Orlando Fox. Talk perspective on individual perspective. Okay, guys. That was a mess. That was a mess. That was a mess. I don't think it's never going to not be a mess. For real. Tell you the God truth. And I think it only got worse when she went to Tasha K, and then Anton, he really made it bad when he went on Tasha K. That's how bad it is. So I'm going to bring you guys back on that one. Look, we've been going almost 5 hours. This is Individual Perspective Podcast. Hit the like, share, subscribe. I want you guys to be part of the panel. We got our email in the description area. individualperspective@gmail.com. individualperspectivepodcast@gmail.com. And like, share, subscribe, and we'll see you soon, okay? This was a long one, but boy, a lot of stuff in there. And I'm going to try to blur him out a little bit more in YouTube. Check it out.